Is on the screen?
The lyrics, yes.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. The deities look absolutely gorgeous this morning. They look so happy. After yesterday's festival, so many devotees came, so much prasad distributed. We can distribute more prasadam next year. We need to. So many books distributed, kirtans going on, chata, service, and so on. Thank all the devotees involved, those who came. Today is the real day. Krishna appeared at midnight. The celebrations were after he appeared. So today, in one sense, is the real day. It's the feast today. The Janmashtami feast is meant to be today. This is Nandotsava. It's the day when Nanda Maharaj celebrates the birth of his son in great pomp and a great feast. And so much charity is given, and so many wonderful events are there. We're not going to read about it. You can read about it in different places. As we mentioned yesterday in Gopal Champu, and Srimad Bhagavatam is also, of course, Greek. In some of the writings of our acharyas, they've gone into a rather extensive description of the festival to glorify the appearance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is really today. But the Lord, emphasizing, making it clear to one and all, that the most dearest of all to him is his pure devotee. So he arranged that his pure devotee, his More Senapati Bhakta, his Mantra Upashaka, his representative to spread his message in this world today, appeared in this world 129 years ago on this day in Toligunj in Calcutta, Bengal. Actually, this is the 130th birth ceremony or anniversary. 130th. We say 129 in the West, we've got it all wrong. When you're born, that's your first birthday. Use common sense. After 1 year, that's your second birthday. Otherwise, you're not born. You're not born 1 year after you come out the womb. You're born when you're born. It's not to do with being in the womb for 9 or 10 months. It's because that's your first birthday. Prabhupada made that clear in London on his last Vyasa Puja, which we were there for. In London. We bought a cake for him. 1977, 81 candles he had. Whispered, I was close by. He whispered, how many candles? 81, Prabhupada. Prabhupada said 82. They bought another candle. Prabhupada used this traditional common sense, not this modern one. So 130th, you could say, anniversary of Prabhupada's, I don't know if that's the right word to use, but appearance. This is the 130th. Auspicious occasion. On the day when Krishna's birth was celebrated, for Krishna, more important is the appearance of his dearmost devotees. So we honor that day appropriately on Nandotsava, of the appearance day of the founder Acharya, the spiritual master of every devotee in this movement. Diksha or Siksha, it doesn't matter, the principle's the same. We're following his directions. If we're not initiated directly, we still follow the same directions. We have the same access. 90% of Srila Prabhupada's disciples didn't even speak a word to him. Probably about 30% never even saw him. They were initiated by post. Most devotees were initiated by post, by mail. We didn't have Zoom in those days. And, well, I don't say thank God, it's very useful. But you know, certain things, it's like with all our technology, communication, I've never seen it so bad as it is in our modern society. We hadn't ever a problem in the 70s with no mobiles, no computers, no phones even. Somehow or another, things were transmitted with much less problem. The more we have technology, the more the problems increase. The less the interaction between... You've heard of people? They still have people in the world today? There's still people? Most people like robots. Dull robots. No brain left. Can't even add up 2 and 2. We're in a strange world. Prabhupada gave the only remedial measure to save us from this net. It's called the net. Network, the net of illusion. Called in the network. What to do? So what we're going to do, we're going to try to hear now from Srila Prabhupada's words, his translation from the Chaitanya Charitamrita of one verse in the Adi Lila. Is it on the screen? Yes, success? Okay. We've managed to succeed with one thing. Let's see, what's it called? Vyasa Puja lecture?
Yeah, VP today.
There we go. Okay, so this is from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, right at the very beginning. Why I've done it on PowerPoint, one, because you can all see it, I hope. And two, because I'm not going to read the entire purport. I've just selected this morning a few bits and pieces here and there. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda.
Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda.
Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Advaita Chandra Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmei Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupakadamayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Utapatakalam Sri Guru Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raganatan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. So we'll just chant this through together. I'll say it, then you say. Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Tanhara Charana Age Kore Vandana
Tanhara Charana Age Kore Vandana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Tanhara Charana Age Kare Vandana
Tanhara Charana Age Kore Vandana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Tanhara Charana Age Kare Vandana
Tanhara Charana Age Kore Vandana.
One or two devotees like to chant.
Mantra Guru Arayata Siksha Guru Gana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Tanhara Charane Age Kariye Vandana
Tanhara Charana Age Kariye Vandana.
One more.
Mantra Guru Arayata Siksha Guru Gana
Mantra Guru Arayata Shiksha Guru Gana
Tanhara Age Kariye Vandana
Tanhara Charana Age Kariye Vandana.
Mantra Guru,
Mantra Guru,
the initiating spiritual master,
the initiating spiritual master,
Ara,
Ara,
and also
and also
Jata,
Jata,
as many
as many
as there are,
as they are,
Shiksha Guru Gana,
Shiksha Guru Gana,
all the instructing spiritual masters,
all the instructing spiritual masters,
Tanhara,
Tanhara,
of all of them,
of all of them,
Charana,
Charana,
unto the lotus feet,
unto the lotus feet,
Age,
Age,
at first,
at first,
Kriye,
Kariye,
I offer,
I offer,
Vandana,
Vandana,
respectful obeisances.
respectful obeisances.
This is Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, who compiled the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Prabhupada described as the nectarine of his life. It was so dear to Srila Prabhupada. This a presentation of Lord Chaitanya's teachings and many of his pastimes by Kaviraj Goswami. So this is one of Kaviraj Goswami's invocation, Mangalacharna verses. I first offer my respectful obeisances at the lotus feet of my initiating spiritual master and all of my instructing spiritual masters. He's specifically referring to the pure devotees of the Lord. The next verse glorifies the 6 Goswamis, who are his specifically instructing spiritual masters. They are also our instructing spiritual masters. We may say that presently now we have our practical association and we receive instructions from representatives of these pure devotees. But the actual instructions which qualify them to be, you could say, in this category is that they are actually coming from those pure devotees. They're not our speculations, they're not our agendas to control or to get name and fame, etc. They're when we're actually transparently passing on the instructions of the pure devotees of the Lord. You could go into a practical aspect of that, that's a different thing. We're talking here of the actual process of pure devotional service, which Srila Prabhupada came to do. Everything else, the structure of ISKCON, the things that go on within it, they're mixed, they're in contact with the material, but they're also spiritual activities. But they're all for this purpose, to awaken, to bring us to the platform of Shuddha Bhakti, pure devotional service, and ultimately awaken our love of God. They have zero value whatsoever if they do not help us on our path of becoming attached to the Supreme Personality of God as pure, unalloyed devotional service. They are described by Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj as an impediment on the path. So it's meant for that reason. Why there's an ISKCON is to facilitate that. It's not to create another organization competing with another one. Not at all. It is to facilitate the awakening of pure love of God. And this is Srila Prabhupada's mission. It's not just to distribute books. It's not just to open temples, make disciples. No, it's all for that purpose. To develop pure, unadulterated love of God, or to awaken that love of God within our heart. Otherwise, we may be somewhere on the path, but that's not what really pleases Prabhupada. That we're stuck in a rut. Stuck in our neophyte mentality for eternity. It's not the goal. Fighting with each other, trying to impose our false impressions of how we see things on others, etc. So the real Siksha Guru is one who gives us the actual prophet. Is Rupa Goswami. He's the Acharya. We have Sambandha. Abhideya. He's the Abhideya Acharya. Giving the directions, and all the followers in our line are taking those directions and imprint or presenting them in the world in a way which can be digested by various means. The vehicle of associations, the vehicle of various activities, various structures, various rules and regulations, resolutions, this thing, that thing, are all for that purpose, to facilitate that. They're not goals within themselves. They may be requirements for various reasons, but they're not goals. They're simply to facilitate the actual goal of why we are here. We may not have realized it, but that's the actual purpose. Srila Prabhupada didn't come simply to create another religion. This is the eternal nature of every single thing that exists. To help us to realize that everything that exists is meant, no matter what we call ourselves or what we're doing, we are meant for the pleasure of Krishna. Love of God means simply, wholly and solely, more than that to it of course, but the practical aspect, simply to exist for the pleasure of Krishna. So we'll go on to the part of the purport. Srila Jiva Goswami, in his thesis, Bhakti Sandarbha, he's another one of our Siksha Gurus, has stated that uncontaminated devotional service is the objective of pure Vaishnavas, and that one has to execute such service in the association of other devotees. By associating with devotees of Lord Krishna, one develops a sense of Krishna consciousness. That's what is meant to be. The temple is meant to be a place which awakens Krishna consciousness. It is not a business center. It is not an administrative center. It is not a social club. It is not a place where we come to vent our problems or whatever it may be. It's a place we come to be exposed to the pure message of Krishna Katha in the association of devotees. That's what it's for. Everything else is to facilitate that. And of course, prasadam should always be there for everybody. That's essential to help prepare the devotees to develop that attraction. Kirtan, Prabhupada wanted kirtan to go on 24/7 in the temple. Sometimes devotees think, oh, Krishna's sleeping. No kirtan. Nonsense. You may tone it down, of course. You might wake up the sleeping devotees upstairs. But, we don't make a roaring kirtan at night, but kirtan always is there. We can't do it. We're limited. Our numbers are short. We don't have the spirit. But that was Prabhupada's desire. Our temple should be oases in the desert. This world's a desert. There's no spirituality anywhere. Just a load of huff and puff. But no spirituality anywhere. Only Prabhupada is giving this opening. Of course, some of his godbrothers also, of course. But they didn't make it available to others hardly. Srila Prabhupada has opened the door all over the world, inviting everyone, come in, take shelter, chant the holy name, cultivate pure devotion. Whatever level you're on, start somewhere. This, by associating with devotees of Lord Krishna, one develops a sense of Krishna consciousness and thus becomes inclined toward the loving service of the Lord. This is the process of approaching the Supreme Lord by gradual appreciation in devotional service. If one desires unalloyed devotional service, one must associate with devotees of Sri Krishna, for by such association only can a conditioned soul achieve a taste for transcendental love and thus revive his eternal relationship with Godhead in a specific manifestation and in terms of the specific transcendental mellow that one has eternally inherent in him. You can't be clearer than that. Anyone who argues with that is not a follower of Srila Prabhupada. Simple as that. They can say what they like. We're Rupanugas. Prabhupada is also Rupanuga, and we're following him. One should always remember, so these are snippets out of the purport. I didn't even read that before I put it, it was so relevant. Especially in the light of what we discussed yesterday in class about the appearance of Lord Krishna. One should always remember that a person who is reluctant to accept a spiritual master and be initiated is sure to be baffled in his endeavor to go back to Godhead. Sure. It's not a question mark, it's a surety. That doesn't mean that if you're initiated, you don't need to, that's the beginning. Most devotees, since Prabhupada started this movement, have stopped following their vows. Most. I don't know the numbers, but I would say maybe not now with all the Indian devotees who are coming forward who are a little bit more fixed in their resolve, maybe. Depends how far you take that. I mean, is watching television breaking your vows? Maybe. Is eating food which is cooked outside following your vows? Maybe, maybe not. You have to think about it. Engage in mundane talk, in watching stuff on the video or on the computer, what it? YouTubes, all this stuff. It may not be a gross fall down, but if we continue to persevere, cultivate that, it will lead to a gross fall down if we're not careful. So initiation is not just a ceremony, it's an acceptance of the spiritual master as one's life and soul. One who is not properly initiated may present himself as a great devotee, but in fact he is sure to encounter many stumbling blocks on the path of progress towards spiritualization, with the result that he must continue his term of material existence without relief. Because the relief is given by Krishna. It's not some kind of mundane transaction or numbers of verses that we know, numbers of rounds that we chant, numbers of artis. I calculated the other day, I've chanted, whatever form of chanting it is, at least 1 billion names of Krishna. And many of you are somewhere near that too. Or maybe even more if you're chanting all day. That's just with 16 rounds a day, artis, kirtans and other things in between. A lot of names, 1 billion. Where am I now? Still stuck in a rut. I calculated so many things, I can't remember them all. How many plates of prasadam? I even calculated in kilos. I think it was more than a ton of prasadam. I calculated how many classes I attended, roughly. How many I'd given, how many places I'd been, how many deities I had the opportunity to be in front of, how many reading, how many books, everything. And I thought, what on earth has happened? Where am I now? Not where I think I should be. But one thing is, by the own divine mercy of Srila Prabhupada and devotees, that somehow we're still sitting here. That's all I can say. I don't know what else. We're sitting here in front of Prabhupada. He's here with us today. Don't think he's not. Sometimes we forget that. This is one of the best checks in our lives, is to always remember, whatever we do, think Srila Prabhupada is right next to me. Would I do that if I really accepted that Prabhupada was right next to me? Probably. Some of the things we do, we may not do. It's by the grace of Krishna, and without the mercy of the devotees, we just sang Yasha Prasada Bhagavat Prasada. There is no question of getting the mercy of Krishna. Forget it. Just a dream. The mercy of Krishna is only endowed upon us when we get the mercy of the spiritual masters. When Krishna is pleased, when we please his devotees. That includes all devotees, but particularly that means pleasing the pure devotees. By pleasing the devotees, you're pleasing the pure devotees, but that's the principle. Such a helpless person is compared to a ship without a rudder, for such a ship can never reach its destination. It is imperative, therefore, that one accept a spiritual master if he at all desires to gain the favor of the Lord. The service of the spiritual master is essential. If there is no chance to serve the spiritual master directly, a devotee should serve him by remembering his instructions. This is a very famous, let's say, statement of not only of Srila Prabhupada, but of all the spiritual masters. There is no difference between the spiritual master's instructions and the spiritual master himself. In his absence, therefore, his words of direction should be the pride of the disciple. This is how pride is channeled in Krishna's service. We embrace the spiritual master's orders as our life and soul, as Prabhupada said. This is our pride. If one thinks he is above consulting anyone else, including a spiritual master, he is at once an offender at the lotus feet of the Lord. Such an offender can never go back to Godhead. It is imperative that a serious person accepts a bona fide spiritual master in terms of the Shastric injunctions. Sri Jiva Goswami advises that one not accept a spiritual master in terms of hereditary or customary, social and ecclesiastical conventions. One should simply try to find a genuinely qualified spiritual master for actual advancement in spiritual understanding. And that. So, it's almost 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, what is it? 7 to 11. 7-11. The name of the chain. We have a disciplic chain. That's the one we have to hold on to, not the mundane one. Are you blocking the way there because they're trying to decorate? Come and sit over here. Sit over there. The ladies are going to be standing on top of you if you sit there. You'll be blessed by their lotus feet. Thank you, ladies, for this wonderful service you're rendering. Make that Vyasan so attractive that the demigods will be put to shame. They'll be envious. We don't want to be envious, but you know what I mean. So, so many things I was going to present. What we'll do here, if that's okay, Jiva Pran, you've given a schedule. We're going to try to stick to the schedule, but between offerings, instead of reading now, I'll read one of these Prabhupada, nectars in between devotees' offerings. Is that okay? Okay. So we're going to start now. I mean, that purport, that verse and purport, isn't it special?
Yeah.
I mean, we read these things, we don't digest it or what, I don't know.
Everything is being said.
Everything's said, it's so clear. It's so clear. And that wasn't all the purport, the rest of the purport was just an extension of that, of most of the purport, maybe 70% of it. So clear. And what more do you need to do? Just apply it. That's our sacrifice. That was Prabhupada's sacrifice. I mean, I don't know if this is bona fide, but I heard, and generally when devotees tell Prabhupada said, there's a little bit of a flavor of one's own, what do you call it, lens. We look through things through our own lens and see it slightly modified, but the principle still remains. The essence is still there. And it was Bhavananda who said to us one time, he said that Srila Prabhupada told him, one time he went to his Guru Maharaj and said, I can't, Srila Prabhupada was Prabhupada, I can't perform the austerities of your other disciples. I'm a grihastha. I've got so many other responsibilities. They were eating very little, sleeping on the floor very austerely, chanting so many rounds. I can't do all these things, Prabhupada. And he said, his Guru Maharaj said, don't worry, you just focus on my instructions. You go around the world and distribute this message. Distribute books. That's what Prabhupada focused on. He received that instruction in the house. Sometimes we see paintings of Prabhupada walking along the banks of Radhakund with his son, with Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj. That's a nice sentiment, but that's not what happened. It was in the house where Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj was staying at Radhakund that he spoke to Prabhupada, in the house. And there he received that instruction, if ever you get money, print books. So that Prabhupada made practically as his life and soul. If you gave Prabhupada a donation, even Guru Dakshin, he would mostly put it into the book fund. That was his main thing, the book fund. That, he said, the BBT was his heart. The heart. ISKCON is his body, we hear sometimes, but the heart is the BBT. The books. Study the books. Don't just put them on your shelves. They are deities. If you have a deity in your house, you have to worship the deity. Don't do it otherwise. I was reading yesterday, day before yesterday, Prabhupada was saying, I've heard, Prabhupada wrote, he said, I've heard that some devotees are now buying deities in India and taking them at home. And Prabhupada said, if they're going to do that, they have to do it properly. If they live near the temple, don't do it. If you live at a distance, like most of our grihasthas, okay, but you have to do it properly. Don't just make it a farce, Prabhupada said. It should be done properly. Whatever that is, you have to find out. Said they should come to the temple, find out how to do it, and do that. Otherwise, don't do it. This is not some idol worship. It's not idol worship. Prabhupada made that very clear. It's very wonderful. I gave that, even Nisringa Kavacha, I read it to him. He never even had it on his, I sent it to him. A lecture of Prabhupada's, I don't know when it was. Quite late, I think. No, 72. So do things properly. If you get the books, at least try to read a bit every day. Do some kind of worship every day. Read one line or something, one verse, one page, one book, whatever you can do a day. Probably can't manage a book a day. Just give it a book a day. Why not? What's the problem? Is it difficult to give someone a book a day? Maybe. But we can try. Try to be a part of Prabhupada's family. Don't just be one name on the list. Be one of his team. It's a teamwork. Cooperate. That's what Prabhupada said. We're all different. Cooperating together doesn't mean you do what I say exactly, but we follow the same principle. What will please Srila Prabhupada? So we're going to sing something now, I hope. Just let me close this a minute. This is, let me see if this is one of these. Called Prabhupada ISKCON. You got it? So I did bring it. Okay. I don't know if anyone here is expert on harmonium, but it would be nice to have a harmonium accompaniment. You're good at, where's Narottam? Is he here?
Yes.
You're good on the harmonium. Can you play the harmonium? Who's good? Somebody. Oh, I've got so many cartels. Look at this. Right, well, they've given birth. My cartels, they've given birth to exactly the same cartels.
This is two cartels.
Okay, a little bit different. There you go. Easier. proves the scientists, that you'll find out one day if you put your Apple Mac at night with a Windows, what do you call it? The other Apple Mac and Windows, is that what it's called? The other type. Put them together at night, maybe you'll get another type of computer coming out in the morning. Have a baby computer on your table one day, who knows? That will never happen. Well, if Krishna wants it to happen, it will happen. Everything's up to him. But by their efforts, it won't happen. So I don't know if you've got it on the screen there. This, some of you are familiar with. Very sweet. Well, whoever's doing it, it's the same tune we had just now, but please, please, please keep to the tune. Nothing worse than singing with a harmonium in a different key. One of the worst things. It's so bad. Or devotees singing out of tune. Yesterday, with all due respect, so many of the kirtans were out of tune completely. It was really embarrassing. I had to put my fingers in my ears sometimes. Somebody has to organize it really carefully so that really good kirtans leading next year. Very sweet. And it's Krishna's appearance day, and it's not just Bengalis. We only sold about 8 Bengali books. We sold 20 Gujarati books and 40 Hindi books. And all the Telugu books went. All of them. Don't forget, Janmashtami is not just for you. It's for everyone. Most of the audience were, a large percentage were not Bengali. They have no idea who Gauranga is, or Sachinanda, and going on and on and on. It's Hare Krishna, Govinda Jaya Jaya. These are the ones that Prabhupada sang. It's Janmashtami, it's not Gaur-Purnima. It's nice, of course we do something, but try to stick to Janmashtami. Somebody should plan it weeks and weeks in advance, not on the spot. It should be planned. Same with the talks, everything planned. So this is by a song compiled. He's a Sanskrit scholar. This is an example of unity and diversity of cooperating together. This devotee named Kusakrata, he joined in Boston, early 69, I think. Early days in Boston. And he was the most eccentric person you could probably ever meet. Most temples would not allow him to stay nowadays. A real kind of, almost like a bum. But he had this genius streak in him. He would just hang around the door. We always thought, this guy's hopeless, useless, almost hopeless case. But he had this genius streak. Language. Not entirely, we had to do many services once he actually kind of joined and became initiated by Prabhupada. But he had this desire to learn Sanskrit, and he became expert. I think he passed away maybe 12 or 15 years ago, but he must have translated 200 to 300 Sanskrit books. Many of the books you see now, which devotees are producing, are based on his translations. They've just tidied it up, had some editing corrections done, but he translated almost all the available Goswami literatures that were there at the time into English. Tremendous contribution. Unknown to most of us. Most of us never saw him in their life. He was almost unseen personality. Almost. It's those devotees who sometimes are the ones that really are noticed by Krishna. You don't have to stick your nose up the front and, here I am, listen to me all the time. It's the devotees who actually their heart. What is the heart that counts, not our ego. So this is a compilation he made to offer to Prabhupada on this day of Vyasa Puja, I don't know when, many decades ago, which he offered as his Vyasa Puja in Sanskrit. So we're going to sing this together now, if Krishna allows. Prabhupada, they can do as they like, but we're going to offer this now. And it's a very simple tune, and the harmony has to go on in the same rhythm, even when I'm reading the English. Please continue the harmonium and the madanga, but very sweet. And it's the same tune we heard Rancho sing just now. Same melody. Is it on the board? Everyone can sing. Shishinavadvipa Parapadipa Sandipya Mahana Satato Bhuviha Shishinavadvipa Parapadipa Sandipya Mahana Satato Bhuviha Chetastamo Iyasya Tam Kirtayam Prabhupada Devam Chetastamo Iyasya Tam Kirtayam Let us continuously glorify His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, by whose efforts the hearts of all living entities, which were pervaded by darkness, are becoming illumined with the brilliant and everlasting lamp of the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whose eternal abode is the holy Dham of Navadvip. Can someone press the button, please? Whoever's got a free hand here. I might have to go up. Is it okay if I go up? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to Bhakti Siddhanta Charitamri Yasadu Kusham Kushalam Kripalo Samle Chavadusha Ayetadasha Sankirtayama Prabhupada Samle Chavadusha Ayetadasha Sankirtayama Prabhupada. Taking the order of his spiritual master, Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, as his life, he showed his causeless mercy on the lowest born creatures, the inhabitants of the Western countries, by translating, publishing, and distributing the auspicious treasure house of devotional literature, written by Srila Vyasadeva, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj, and others. Let us therefore continuously glorify Srila Prabhupada. Acharya Teya Bharatarthi Vishya Govinda Mohana Bhaskare Acharya Teya Bharatarthi Vishya Never could have done it. Adeti Karyota Kulam Gagatya Tankirtya Prabhupada Deva Adeti Karyota Kulam Gagatya Tankirtya Prabhupada Deva. The last snare of nescience had been set in place by the Mayavadi gurus and swamis who appeared like so many glowworms. When, however, the brilliant sun of Lord Govinda's transcendental form began to illuminate the world, having been established through the expert logic of Srila Prabhupada as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the glowworms were naturally eclipsed. Let us therefore continuously offer praise and adoration to His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. Yasyaiva yatnena puranavajya Gangamala Keshava Yatnena puranavajya Gangamala Keshava Satstotra Ratna Vajiha Loke Sankirtayam Prabhupada Satstotra Ratna Vajiha Loke Sankirtayam Prabhupada. Let us glorify His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Because of his efforts, the pure and crystal clear Ganges River of Srimad Bhagavatam, the king of the Puranas, is now flowing all over the world. The pebbles in that river are the jewels, which are the prayers of the pure devotees. And playing with within its waters are the swans, which are the pastimes of Lord Kesava. Shiradika Krishna Padavinde Sahasrahitu Satamanye Radhika Krishna Padavinde Sahasrahitu Satamanye Arutaya Madhure Sankirtaya Prabhupada Deva Arutaya Madhure Sankirtaya Prabhupada Deva. Let us glorify His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who planted the charming lotus feet of Shri Radha and Krishna in hundreds of temples and thousands of hearts in the world. Koshalya Daya Yasya Sahasra Sastrati Patihante Chanda Kalemo Sampradya Prabhupada Chanda Kalemo Samuradena Sankirtayama Prabhupada Deva. Seeing the fierce army of illusions put forward by the forces of Kali Yuga, Srila Prabhupada has released an unlimited shower of powerful arrows in the form of his books. In this way, truth is emerging as the victor. Let us therefore glorify, double and redouble our glorification of Srila Prabhupada. Nana Lasat Gauranga Krishna Kirtan Janananda Krishna Sankirtan
Krishna Nuchinta Jana Sangha Krishna Sankirtayama Prabhupada Deva.
Let us glorify His divine grace. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the desire tree of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, whose many splendid fruits are the different methods of distributing Lord Chaitanya's nectarian message, has been planted by him upon this earth. Yo nitya jivati devi kishu nija sushipsha sutu sangami. Yo nitya jivati devi kishu nija sushipsha sutu sangami. Kripam Bodhinanda Uddhashitatma Sankirtayam Prabhupada Deva. Kripam Bodhinanda Uddhashitatma Sankirtayam Prabhupada Deva. Let us glorify forever Srila Prabhupada, the unlimited ocean of mercy, with his body, mind, words, and self. He has taken complete shelter of the son of Nanda Maharaj, Sri Krishna. Srila Prabhupada lives forever by his divine instructions, and his followers live with him. Jai Yeva idam Shri Prabhupada Deva Kirtashtakam Supatanti Yeva idam Shri Prabhupada Deva Kirtashtakam Supatanti Gora Gaya He Krishna Vartam Tavatanti Gora Gaya Vichitra Satya He Krishna Vartam Tavatanti. These 8 verses describe in small parts the unlimited glories of His divine grace. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The authors of these verses pray that all those who read them regularly and with the proper devotional spirit may become wonderfully empowered by the acharyas descended from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to preach the message of Lord Krishna all over the world. Tam Kirtayam Prabhupada Deva 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, I hope that helped us to feel a deep relationship with Srila Prabhupada, a relationship which will guide our lives forever in this world and whatever the next may be. So now we'll go on to the homages. Should I begin?
Yes.
Yes.
So please forgive me for any audacity or false ego involved, whatever it may be. Krishna knows. He deals with all of us accordingly. So we did have better to have put it on the table. I don't know how that happened. It fell over.
It was.
Huh? It slipped on the.
I didn't took it.
Anyway, maybe the floor needs washing. It does actually. It didn't get washed properly. Someone has to bring a cloth. There's water all over the floor. Oh, it's now just now coming. It reminds us when Prabhupada was in 26 Second Avenue, and the person living above him in the apartment above would sometimes pour boiling hot water through the floorboards. They didn't like Prabhupada. It's like our yoga lyric center. The person upstairs does not like the kirtan. And he makes it well known he doesn't like it. What to do? Unfortunate souls. So let me see, where should I begin? I'm going to begin my offering with a letter from Prabhupada, okay? This is not the offering I submitted this year. Some of you have offerings ready. Hands up everyone who's already got an offering ready. Itai Goswami Prabhu Siksham, Astikam Prabhu. Anybody else has an offering ready? Please put your hand up so we can kind of have somewhat of a monitor. I can only see 3 or 4 hands up. Itai Goswami Siksham, Kripa and Dinatai. Anybody else? Okay, there's 5 or 6 devotees only with their hands up. Okay? Now, if anyone has an offering, please think about it. You can make a verbal offering, but try to make it relevant. Think about it. Don't just say any old thing. But make it somewhat relevant to Srila Prabhupada and for the devotees. So here's a letter from Prabhupada. This was written, not today, but almost August the 26th. Oh, by the way, Srila Prabhupada appeared, as we mentioned already, in 1896 in Calcutta. He appeared during the same years. Bhakti Vinod sent the first Vaishnava literature to the Western world. Prabhupada said this was a very historic event, not by coincidence that he appeared in the same year. He made that very clear to us, that this had some special significance. His mother and father were both devotees. His father was a pure devotee, Prabhupada said, a pure devotee. His mother was a devotee, also made pure devotee. They were both great devotees of the Lord, that's for sure. They trained Prabhupada from birth in pure devotional service, from very birth. He was worshipping deities, holding Rath Yatra festivals, even before he was 5 years old. He was straight from the beginning. And he said the only thing that he learned from his initiating Guru Maharaj was the books. The book publication and distribution. That's what he learned. But many other things, but this was a specific thing, he said. Anyway, much could be said about that, but we're not going there today. You can read about that. There are many testimonies written by different devotees of things Prabhupada said about his birth. This letter was written by Srila Prabhupada to my beloved children. Now this applies to all the devotees in this movement, every one of us. Prabhupada would sometimes just dress like that. to everyone, like generic or whatever you call it. Please accept my blessings, Prabhupada said. I am so much pleased with your kind and affectionate words on the occasion of my birthday anniversary on the Nandotsava day this year, in 1972. That's today, then. My Guru Maharaj wanted me to spread this Krishna consciousness movement in the Western world, and you are all helping me in this great attempt. My spiritual master knew it, that alone I could not do this great work. Therefore, he has very kindly sent you all to help me in this task. I accept you, therefore, as representatives of my Guru Maharaj, playing as my affectionate disciples. That's how Prabhupada was feeling. He wasn't seeing that, I'm their boss. He saw them as the representatives. His Guru Maharaj had sent them, and they're playing as affectionate, as my affectionate disciples. It is said, the child is father of man. Kindly, therefore, continue your help in this great task, and act as my young father and mother in my old age. I am your ever well-wisher. Quite a letter. Hare Krishna. So I will endeavor to read my offering this year. After they don't print them anymore.
I know, if we ask.
They may have it if somebody has access to it. I don't know. I've had, personally, I haven't downloaded or had anything to download at the moment. The temple president should have received a link, but we're going to focus on being here now. So that may be available to everybody. If your offering happens to be in the book, which it probably isn't, but if it is, you can read from it. Mine will be in the book, but I've got it also here, so you don't need to give me the book.
Now they made a website page.
Website page. They're doing all kinds of things. That's another thing now. Most of us never see it. It used to be there, you could read it. The same with the Sankirtan newsletter. Only about 1 in 10 devotees ever look at the Sankirtan newsletter now. In 1977, 10 out of 10 devotees would look at it. It would be on the notice board, it would be everywhere.
It was nice that we would offer every year Prabhupada's
The book. The book. It was a big event. This is one of the highlights of the whole festival. You can offer them a computer or something, or a notepad or something, I don't know. But we're so rich now, we're so advanced, we can't even print a book. Isn't it amazing where we've gone? It's just amazing. And you don't even read it. Come on, let's face it. It's on your book is there, you can read it, but online, a website, you never even heard about it, no one reads it. Only really devoted or serious do, but they can read anyway. But others don't. They don't even know it exists sometimes. They don't go there. So I'll try to read my offering for this year. Oftentimes my offerings are just written in the particular mood I happen to be in on the last day before the deadline. They give a deadline. Last year, my offering didn't go in to the book because it was 2 days late. They changed the guards. Previous Davida was there, and we were always in close contact with each other, friends. And then they changed the new person doing it, and they said all offerings must be ready. They say that every year, but they mean it. And literally is like that the sannyasis are given some extra time, but some or others had bumbled there. I wrote to them saying, I'm sorry, I'm sick. You're going to have to give me 2 more days to finish it. No reply. Then I sent it 2 days later, it never went in. Didn't go into the book at all. Go into the website, whatever. So that's so be it, that's Krishna's arrangement. But this year I don't know if it's there either. I never looked to see. But I did talk to them afterwards and they said that won't happen again, so let's see. This year I sent it on time, so they said it was there. They said they got it. So it's the mood I was in on that day. So, my mood, I'm into all sorts of things. But that was the mood of the day, last day before the actual deadline. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Nam Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Tasyacharishakari. Dear Srila Prabhupada, my obeisance is again and again at your lotus feet. This is the 50th anniversary year of your stepping into New Mayapur, France, August the 11th, 1975. December this year is also the 50th anniversary year of the installation of Gaur Nitai in New Mayapur, the Tirubhav of your own Guru Maharaj. One of your instructions was at least maintain what I have given you. After so many years, I feel sad that we are a long way short of that, or of fulfilling your vision for New Mayapur. Still, dedicated efforts are being made by the devotees in New Mayapur, trying to fix up the buildings as per your desire and construct new ones using as much local material as they can. They are also, albeit somewhat reduced, maintaining the worship of the deities Sri Sri Radha Govinda Madhava, Gaur Nitai and Sri Sri Krishna Balaram, installed by you in 1976. Over the past few years, the Goshal has been resurrected. We now have 2 young sets of bullocks learning to plow and work. Milk is provided, at least for their lordships' offerings and the excess for devotees. Slowly, efforts to produce more food from the land are underway. A restaurant was opened a few years back in a nearby city, and this year one Vaishnavi, who joined in New Mayapur just a few years back, has started a weekly preaching program there. It is already attracting dozens of youngsters. Hundreds of young volunteers from all over the world stay annually at New Mayapur. Festivals have been revitalized, attracting devotees and guests from all over Europe, including many from the local area. The young managers are heart and soul dedicated to you, Srila Prabhupada, and will do whatever you want. I pray that you guide them and protect them. Young French devotees are now working, along with elders, on completing the translations and commentaries of Srimad Bhagavatam into French. After all these years, it was never finished. The book distribution has been slowly growing over the past 8 years, with young and old devotees working together. A year or so back, after much effort, the movement in France was finally accepted as a religious non-profit tax-exempt association. Efforts are underway to again establish a school for the devotee children and also provide facilities to serve the elder devotees in their final journeys or when in dire need. On another front in Paris, there is daily Harinam book distribution going out in the city centre. Undermanned we are, but again, the dedicated young devotees there are doing all they can do to please you. We pray that as soon as possible, your beloved Radha Parasishwar can be housed in a wonderful facility suitable for their worship and pleasing to you. Many Indians are also coming to the temple, and programs are underway to guide them to your lotus feet. I hope this little report brings a glimmer of happiness to you in this far distant place. From my side, I wish to offer you my obeisances in a practical way. I pray you kindly accept them. But simply, Prabhupada writes, but simply a festival of flowers and fruits does not constitute worship. The one who serves the message of the Guru really worships him. Very famous statement of Prabhupada. The service of the message is the real meaning of the Vedas. And that was from your offering to your Guru Maharaj, the Vaishishyastakam, which Prabhupada wrote in 1961, those words. But simply a festival of flowers and fruits does not constitute worship. The one who serves the message of the Guru really worships him. The service of the message is the real meaning of the Vedas. Nearfoot that I am, I'm still attached to do what I want to do, and have still not surrendered to your essential message of surrendering to Krishna's will. I hope you catch that. You are so mercifully accepting the efforts of egotistic followers like myself. I pray that my heart will somehow transform and truly follow your path. This is from Markanate Bhagavat Dharma, poem of Prabhupada. My dear Lord Krishna, you are so kind upon this useless soul, but I do not know why you have brought me here. Now you can do whatever you like with me. Oh Lord, I am just like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance. Make me dance, oh Lord. Make me dance as you like. Not as I like, as you like. Somehow you have placed me in France to serve your mission. I pray that I can live by your words and dedicate this good-for-nothing body and mind in your service. To dedicate this lifetime and future ones, if need be, to fulfilling your desires. It seems this is the real way to offer obeisances. The dictionary definition of obeisances is being the fact of obeying, or something you do that expresses this. That's where obeisances come from. When we pay our obeisances, it means, obeyance. It means we're obeying your we're obeying, we're offering ourselves to the Guru. The disciple should consider, this is Prabhupada's purport in the 4th canto, the disciple should not consider whether he's going back home, back to Godhead. His first business should be to execute the order of his spiritual master. Thus the disciple should always meditate on the order of the spiritual master, and that is perfectional meditation. Not only should he meditate upon that order, but he should find out the means by which he can perfectly worship and execute it. I can only say that I'm trying to execute your will in at least some small way or other. Please give me the strength that I do not desist, no matter what the challenge, and become the instrument of your will. And this is from Srila Prabhupada's address in Paris on August the 8th, 1973, almost the same day as a week or two out. Prabhupada said, "So I thank you very much for inviting me in your temple, and I am very much pleased. There are so many young boys and girls, they are chanting Hare Krishna. That is a new thing in the history, in a city like Paris. Younger generation will chant Hare Krishna mantra. We are making history. That is a fact. So do it sincerely. In all circumstances, in all trials, do not give up." I don't know if anyone was there. Ramdas, Praneshwar, you may have been there. 1973, Rulasura in Paris, August. You were there? You may have heard Prabhupada say those very words. I carry on. "If you desire, I'm willing to come back again and again. Your example of sacrifice sustains me, maintains me, and remains with me always. Reflecting on the years when you walked the streets of Delhi and New York alone, distributing Krishna conscious literature, gives me the strength to soldier on. I often have my own meditation, strange as it seems." I'm sure we all have our own various meditations in service. And this is it. To be in Paris, in the heart of the city, Châtelet hell. We call it the gates to hell. And Châtelet means the fortified gate. It's like the gate to hell, isn't it? It is practically. But Prabhupada has made it the gate to Vaikuntha. Lord Jagannath comes here every year. Amazing. Devotees go there almost every day distributing books, chanting the holy name. That's not in the offering. Just saying. Yes. It's my play on words. I use Châtelet, the fortified gate, and in English, L. They don't say it's like the same word. To be there, chanting, dancing, distributing books till I drop at your lotus feet with my last breath. In Hamburg, also in August, almost all these quotes happen to be in August, it's funny. 1969, Hamburg. Prabhupada lectured, initiation lecture. Either you put me into hell or heaven, or this or that. It's all the same. Because he is always with Krishna, chanting Hare Krishna. Krishna is always with him. So where's the cause of being afraid that this place is not good, this place is very good? No. Wherever Krishna is, there is very good. That's all. Nowhere else is good. It doesn't matter where it is, Prabhupada said. And again in August 1973 in London. It's ironic. Prabhupada said, it doesn't matter where it is. Even if we go to hell, basically. We can go to the factory, anywhere. We can go to the hell, even. Prabhupada said, right there and then, London is hell. He said London was hell. He also said other things about London, but he made it clear. That was in a conversation with two famous English gentlemen, John Packworth and somebody called Schumacher. I carry on. You have given the simple formula of transforming these hellish places into Vaikuntha. Chant, dance, distribute books and prasadam. The street becomes our temple. And I love this. This was Rasananda Prabhu brought this up. Rasananda Sankirtan Prabhu, who was with us for years. How he saw the street. I also wrote on one of my offerings years ago how hundreds of thousands of people were coming to the temple every day. People, devotees asked, what are you talking about? Said, we're going on the street and dancing and chanting. That is their temple. It is a temple. When the holy name is going on, chanting, Krishna Katha is there, that is a temple. It's not a sticks and stones or bricks and whatever. The street becomes our temple, and all the conditioned souls there are coming to worship the Lord, even without their knowledge. Particularly when they take the mercy in the form of your books. It's like people come to the temple. Some people make an offering. Some just come and go. It's like that on the street. Everybody comes. They all see the Sankirtan party. That's an altar. It's an altar. They see the book table. It's an altar. Some people make an offering. They get more benefit. They give a donation, or they take a book, or they chant with us, or take prasadam. You have truly given us this gift of seeing Krishna in everything and everywhere through this Sankirtan Yajna. We just have to do it. You have given us the most joyful austerity. This austerity is the means of transforming our intent from what I like to what you like, what Krishna wants. The essence of our mission. The austerity is not the activity, but the attitude in which we act. You again and again encouraged us to always chant, to also hear the sound when we chant, to put Krishna in the center, such a sublime process. Prabhupada writes in Path of Perfection, in Krishna consciousness, our recreation is dancing and chanting. And when we get tired, we take prasad. Is dancing difficult? Is chanting difficult? This is our recreation. You don't need to go to the gym, do press-ups and go here and there, jogging all over the place and having a heart attack while you do it. Just dance and chant and all things will come. Health, everything as a byproduct. I've never been to a gym in my life. I don't do exercises. Still kicking, a little bit. Oh, this one's in November. I don't know if I can read it. Well, that's Prabhupada's Tirabhav. So this is to Devananda Prabhu. Simply our prayer, and this many of you are familiar with, I write it often. Simply our prayer should be, my dear Krishna, please remind me to always chant your holy name. Please do not put me into forgetfulness. You are sitting within me as super soul. So you can put me into forgetfulness or into remembering you. So please do not put me into forgetfulness. Please always remind me to chant, even if you send me into this hell. It doesn't matter, just so long as I can always chant Hare Krishna. I have no other hope, I carry on than this, that you please always remind me to chant, and as long as this body works, to dance. I have no qualification for anything, but out of your causeless mercy you have given me and everyone else this divine lifeline of Sankirtan. May I dedicate this lifetime in serving you wherever you put me, to sacrifice everything that is at my disposal, to hell with personal desires to satisfy my temporal so-called needs. The only thing of value in my life is the privilege to surrender to your will. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for this greatest gift of allowing me to associate, if only from a distance, with the topmost Leela of Harinam Sankirtan. This is my only sadhana. You are my only hope. May you cast your glance on France and make us dance. I pray you please shower your glance of mercy on us all, that we can continue on the path to becoming your unalloyed servants, fulfilling your desires to preach the Sankirtan movement without the self-aggrandizing false ego that drives me on. Your lowly, begging servant, Janananda Goswami. So I say I was in the mood, I was thinking of our service and the devotees here in France and Prabhupada here in France and whatever else came to mind. So I'm just going to read one quote before we move on to the Shastakam Prabhu or Praneshwar Prabhu. Who would like to make their offering next? Need a mic?
I need my bag.
Oh, bag.
Like a blue bag.
The blue bag, there it is.
Everyone has seen Prabhupada's film when he comes to Paris in '73?
Not sure.
You've seen this? Really? No.
Okay, let me just read one quote and then you can take the floor. Interesting. This is Prabhupada to Shamsundar. So let us meet by Sankirtan. I also do not feel separation from my Guru Maharaj. When I am engaged in his service, his pictures give me sufficient strength. To serve the spiritual master's word is more important than to serve him physically. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. For those who don't know, Shastakam Prabhu is initiated by Srila Prabhupada in 76. In 1976, were you initiated at New Mayapur?
In Holland, in Amsterdam.
In Amsterdam. We're serving in Amsterdam in those days. You joined in Israel?
In Greece.
In Greece.
What is it?
And has been serving here in France over decades, and recently has been the prime, let's say, devotee to achieve what we heard earlier of our situation of being at least accepted as a non-profit religious association, at least. And we have to thank Shastakam Prabhu very much for his guidance in the financial and legal aspect, amongst other things, here in France in the last few years, both here and in New Mayapur. Tell me when you're ready. Please get your offerings ready so that there's no break between us and the next one. Praneshwar Prabhu, you have a written offering or just from your heart? Okay, no problem. You have a written offering? You type? Okay. Are we ready?
Do you have a problem? I can't send it, it's too big, so I read my offering or I will show the film after before.
We can show the film after if it's going to. This technology here is extremely complex. That's why I had two other things to show. We couldn't do it. The file was too big. Couldn't transfer it over. You want a microphone? If you want a microphone, we should bring one.
No, I can try to shout. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dearest Srila Prabhupada, can you hear? Right there?
Yes.
Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you on this very auspicious Remembrance Day, celebrating your appearance anniversary into this world. Whilst we regularly recite your pranam prayer, you are very dear to Lord Krishna, since you have taken shelter of his lotus feet. I am reflecting on what it means to be dear to Krishna.
Yeah, I'm just removing the seat. I finished my bet, now I sit down.
Little do I know how deep this means, though we can only approach its significance through our spiritual practice and strong faith in your instructions, and through service rendered to your missions. In this way, we may discover the full, merciful potency of your great personality. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna mentions in different verses how to become dear to him and what is the process. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him and he is very dear to me. And also in chapter 12, one who is not envious but is a kind friend to all living entities is also very dear to me. Reflecting how Srila Prabhupada is so kind to everyone to distribute this spiritual love for Krishna. And in the last verse of the Bhagavad Gita, he says, for one who explains this supreme science or this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed. And at the end, he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world dearer than than he, nor will ever be one more dear. And we sing every morning from Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti's Sikshastakam prayer, this Guru Vastakam's prayers. The spiritual master is very dear because he is expert in assisting the gopis, who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for the perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs within the groves of Vrindavan. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you have truly expressed and demonstrated all these transcendental qualities, and you've showed us the path. As a matter of fact, you have demonstrated so many qualities which have been exhibited by the great personalities in the Srimad Bhagavatam who are serving as examples of the 9 processes of devotional service. You have kindly preached the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev and started single-heartedly to deliver what we refer in the West as the Western world. As you said, you have laid down the foundation, and it is for us to continue the mission. You have clearly explained the message of Srila Vyasadeva in the Srimad Bhagavatam in your purports, through your translations, purports, for our benefit and for the benefit of the human society. You have opened our eyes, my eyes, with spiritual knowledge. You are clearly a friend to all of us. In your teaching, as in your teachings, you've always stressed the importance of caring for the welfare of humanity, which is what true friendship means. Just like in Srinivasacharya's songs, he writes that the 6 Goswamis, they were very dear to everyone, since they were all pleasing to everyone. This applies to you, Srila Prabhupada. They were favorable or unfavorable, whether one is favorable or unfavorable to your mission. You gave us the means to attain that supreme goal of love, Godhead, through the chanting of the Maha Mantra and performing Harinam Sankirtan, like a real friend would care. You have shown us the ways to worship our most wonderful deities. And more than anything else, you instructed us that we should be trained in a way that we will never, never forget Krishna. You have stressed the importance of your famous high thinking and simple living, and the importance of striving for the association of devotees. Association means that we are not alone in this spiritual journey. This is reassuring, and somehow, though we feel some protection. Hence, you have served as our great captain to cross over the ocean of material existence. You have shown us the way to use whatever the Lord gives us in His service. You have shown us the principle of Yukta Vairagya, and at the same time made sure to train us not to misuse anything Krishna gives us. You have shown us how perfect and pure devotee leaves this world, and this is a most important teaching for us. Very near to your last breath, you were translating this Srimad Bhagavatam verse where Lord Brahma so beautifully offers prayers to Lord Krishna, who was acting as a boy with his dear friends. I will recite the verse because it's such a nice verse. Lord Brahma says, "My dear Lord, you are the only worshipable Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore I offer my obeisance and my prayers just to please you. O Son of the King of Cowards, your transcendental body is dark blue like a new cloud. Your garment is brilliant like lightning, and the beauty of your face is enhanced by your gunja earrings and the peacock feather on your head. Wearing gardens of various forest flowers and leaves, and equipped with a herding stick, a buffalo horn and flute. You stand beautifully with a morsel of food in your hand." So Lord Brahma was seeing Lord Krishna directly. And when Srila Prabhupada was, as we know, his last verse, one of my godbrothers wrote a beautiful thing around this, saying that Srila Prabhupada must have seen Krishna's vision when he was describing this verse. He must have seen Krishna. He was actually seeing Krishna in this way, just like Brahma was seeing personally Krishna. Srila Prabhupada was translating this verse, and he was translating what he was seeing before he left his body. For your pleasure, Srila Prabhupada, I've spent these last years in trying to be an instrument in strengthening our ISKCON footprint in France. Although I'm certainly imperfect and limited in capacity, we are hopefully able to make additional steps to strengthen our public recognition. This contributes as one further step in establishing Lord Chaitanya's mission here, which you so heartily and relentlessly did during those nearly 12 years after you had left India from Mumbai in 1965. Though we will continue to face challenges from many different places. Also, you've quoted yourself, although it's a famous quote, "Failure is the pillar of success." So I made it as my personal goal to keep trying again and again, inspired by your determination to protect Krishna's assets and further establish our ISKCON movement. I am confident that by your mercy, success will come. Now there are more steps to apprehend, particularly as this world becomes more and more socially, ethically crazy and degraded on all sides. It is of great importance that we continue to apply your teachings to ourselves, and that we act in a cooperative way to propose the real alternative to this society's great misfortune. You have quoted regularly that it is not possible to be materially happy in this world, now, no matter how hard we can try, or we would try. But it is possible to be spiritually happy. I pray that through your wonderful example and those of our senior exemplary devotees, I will continue to be guided and inspired to carry on your mission if you continue giving me a small place to do it. I pray that you will continue to give me the means to improve my sadhana. In my wretched condition, I only aspire to become dear to you, and somehow or other, one day you might recommend me to the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, the disciples.
Haribol.
Haribol.
Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
Thank you, Shikshastakam Prabhu. Shikshastakam Prabhu also wrote the offering on behalf of New Mayapur. I have it right in front of me actually. I just found and downloaded this whole thing. If anyone wants to have the Vyasa Puja book on their computer, I think that somebody can, it's quite easy to download. They can give you the link or whatever it is you need. So we like to...
11 minutes.
Are you ready for Manishwar Prabhu? Are you ready to give an offering?
We will.
I'm not prepared
Ça
anymore.
No,
commence.
you're always ready. Your heart is...
Shikshastakam Prabhu. Maintenant,
I'll just read one little statement from Prabhupada.
à partir
This
de
is
11
from
minutes.
a letter
Les 11 premiers.
to a disciple named Bhakti Jan. He was in New York in the 70s. Prabhupada wrote, "You do not require to worry, as I shall never leave you. You are my disciple, and I am your spiritual master, so there is no question, as long as you follow my instructions, that I shall ever leave you. Just remember, under all circumstances, to chant 16 rounds of japa daily. Offer your prasadam to Krishna, and do all of the things which you already know. As you are senior disciples, these things will protect you under all conditions without any doubt." Your Prabhupada ki jai. You want to sit where you are? Are you okay there? Making the offering?
I am very low in sugar. I just checked my thing ring, but my sugar is very low. But I will do my offering. So beautiful.
Do we need a microphone? I don't know.
Yes.
They do, they can't hear.
Le speaker, don't we have the
Back,
speaker?
because they're in the next room. The devotees are in the next room, they're not just in this room.
Where's the mic?
This,
Whichever language you like to say it in, by the way, those devotees who are making offerings, you can translate. If you want to make your offering in your own language, you're most welcome. Don't feel obligated.
right here, Prabhupada. The banner.
Don't ask you for pranam. It's that we can't hear, so we'd like to hear, that's all.
Namo Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharya Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prasatya Deshakaya. Prabhupada knows these words are so beautiful and incredible to hear in this material world where we suffer not eternally by your grace, but when we suffer life after life. And this morning I woke up and I said, this is Prabhupada Vyasa Puja, so I decided to take a shower and come to the temple.
Yay! You gave a great offering. This is it. Your coming here alone is an offering.
Yes, I called Uber, and for 10 euros I reached here. And I realized that my life outside temple is horrible, not horrible, horrible. And I want to give up all everything. Of course, I own 2 houses, and I don't want to fight with my wife, so I leave everything behind, and I don't look back. and I want to join the Harinam Sankirtan because this is my life and soul, Srila Prabhupada. You started Harinam Sankirtan under a tree in New York by chanting the holy name, and now the ISKCON movement is so big and every day getting bigger and bigger. And I just want to say that there is a few words that I like, that I heard from you, Srila Prabhupada. Of course, it's the name of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Janananda Prabhu and the Mahamantra. But one word that I heard from you is Srila Pi Sunichena Tarorati Sahisuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. So I want to join because outside of association of devotees there is no progress. There is only fall down after fall down. That's all there is. So it's very important to join the association of devotees. And today I would ask Maharaj what to do, but my heart is there at the lotus feet of the Vaishnavas. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada.
Haribo! Praneshwar Prabhu, thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
It's amazed to see you here, it's wonderful. We have, maybe you can pass them back, somebody in between me and there. You can give this to Praneshwar Prabhu. He's often known by the boys by the name Ramdas.
Thank you.
Most of us, his actual initiating name is Praneshwar Prabhu. But that's Ramdas. Here I'm giving you Nityananda Ram.
Thank
For
you.
the heart and soul of the Lord.
Wow.
Nityananda Ram.
Wow.
Be of that spirit which you have from Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, thank you. So, are there any other directly initiated disciples of Srila Prabhupada with us today? Can anyone inform us? So,
Because I took shortly, but also I would like to tell the devotees how much Krishna has been merciful to me when I was a young boy. Because he took me and present me to Srila Prabhupada. He allowed me to be his driver. Wow. He allowed me to be his doorkeeper, chowkidar, and to touch his lotus body. He asked me one day, he was taking prasad in Calcutta. And he was alone in the room, and I heard a bell, and I came and he said, please carry me to the bathroom, because he had to do a little pee-pee, you know. And then he told me, go back to the room, and he was taking prasad at this time. And he told me, see that they don't take away my plate. I have not finished. And then I said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. And one day, at 2 o'clock in the morning in Mayapur Dham, everyone was taking rest. Only we could hear, and I was, Tamal Krishna Maharaj asked me to watch during the night, to be there, to watch that no one disturbed Srila Prabhupada. And then only I could hear the jackals, woo, woo, in the night. And then I looked at Prabhupada, inside Prabhupada's room, there was a little place between the curtains. And I saw Prabhupada was translating his Vedic literature. You know, I could see him saying like, Atato Brahma Jiyasa, and then the register. Now it's time to begin spiritual life, to understand you are not this body, you are spirit soul. And this human life is made for spiritual realization, not for sense gratification. And I was there at 2 o'clock in the morning. Srila Prabhupada was doing his translation of Vedic literature. I've seen him through the curtains of the room. I was standing outside being a watchman, a chowkidar, and I thank very much Lord Krishna to have allowed me to render this little service to His Divine Grace, because by serving Him now I am here today, and at the end of my life I can I hope to relate again and to serve, because service also is my life and soul. Thank you, Prabhupada. Keep me as a servant of the devotees. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Nitai Goswami Prabhu, I just read a little something, then you can give your things. Okay? This is Srila Prabhupada. I don't know, I haven't got the reference. There is nothing new to be said. Whatever I had to say, I have already said in my books. Now you must all try to understand it and continue with your endeavors. Whether I am present or not present does not matter. Just as Krishna is living eternally, the living being also lives eternally. But especially, Kirti Yasya Sajivati, one who has done service to the Lord lives forever. You are being taught to serve Krishna, and with Krishna will live eternally. Our life is eternal. Nahanyate hanyamane sharire. The disappearance of the temporary body does not matter. The body is meant for disappearance. So live forever by serving Krishna. Thank you very much. Prabhupada, yeah. Praneshwar Prabhu was Prabhupada's driver here in France, in Paris.
Yes, I also drove him from airport to Paris, to Temple Runeswar, and then to New Mayapur.
New Mayapur. 75, 76?
75? Yes. 76. 76? 76.
Maybe.
But he came to install the deities of Krishna and Balaram. And I was, Harivilas Prabhu knew that I used to be working for a company of limousine. You know, big, nice, beautiful cars.
Just to make sure Praneshwar comes down next year. Maybe someone can drive you down during that same time. You may not be able to drive yourself, but at least someone can drive you down.
Il a dit qu'on va t'arranger une limousine pour que tu descendes à la tour.
Now the day you're proper in the car, going down to the stopping on the way for some prasadam, if that's what they did or whatever.
Yes, and just shortly, Harivilas Prabhu knew that I used to be working for a limousine company, so he said, Prabhupada is arriving at Charlikota. This was at the last moment, I think Bhagavan said, Prabhupada was in England, and he asked him if he could stop in Paris, so I arranged for limousine. My manager, we explained to him shortly who was Prabhupada, spreading love of God all over the world, and being a pure devotee of the God, Krishna. And then my manager, who was a Russian Orthodox, he had a picture of Mother Mary all over his office. And he said, all right. And then we asked him how much would it cost for 1 week, to rent the limousine. Harivilas were ready to pay for the limousine. And he said, how much will it cost us? And he replied, for such a person, you just pay for petrol. And you take our best limousine that we use for weddings. And then we came out of the place with the limousine. And then he said to me, you drive it. And we arrived at the temple, And then we used the eucalyptus oil and rose water, and we cleaned the limousine. And then I went to the airport, and Prabhupada, we waited for him at Charles de Gaulle Airport. He just opened a new airport, Charles de Gaulle. And then the devotees were restless, chanting, and there was rose petals, and suddenly the door opened, and His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, appeared, and the devotees were paying their obeisances, and the floor was only rose petals, and the servant of Prabhupada asked, "Where is the car?" And I parked near, because I used to know this job, how to, for my clients, I used to park also. And then I didn't know how my heart was beating. And then one American person who traveled with Prabhupada, he said, "Take it easy, come down, take it easy." And then Prabhupada entered the car, and we drove to Paris. And Bhagavan said, "Yes, Ramdas, he has been to India." And I said, "Yes, Sri Prabhupada, I have been to India, and before I knew ISKCON, and I stayed in Kumbh Mela, in Prayagraj, in Allahabad." And then Prabhupada said, "Oh, very good." And I said to him, "Yes, I chanted the name of Ram and prayed I stayed in Hanuman temple." And he said, "Oh, very good, very good." And then I said, "But the sadhus, they were smoking ganja." And he said, "Oh, this is not very good." And then after we drove to Paris, and actually you said Les Halles, yes, it's now very hellish. But when we drove around the Arch of Triumph, and saw the nice buildings, and we came to Avenue Foch to enter Rue Le Sueur, which was a very good area of Paris. And Prabhupada, "Oh, Paris is a bit like Dwarka." Dwarka, yes. So we should again install Krishna in a nice area of Paris. If we can have some nice donations, then thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for allowing me to serve you. And I want to again go on serving you eternally, my Lord. Hare Krishna.
So Ramdas was saying that he drove with a white limousine.
Yeah, it was white.
Like
Yeah.
those being there.
Yeah, white limousine with a blue inside, like a blue leather, like blue color.
And when Prabhupada came in Rue Le Sueur in 1973, he had a black limousine. So you made it a white limousine, which is interesting also. You'll see, the one in 73.
Oh, yeah, yes.
You will see on the film.
Yes, it's true. I've seen it. Yes,
Je l'ai retrouvé sur YouTube, donc je vais pouvoir la projeter. On commence maintenant.
What was the name of the devotee?
Shall we start with Intagosana Prabhu or first the video?
Nita Goswami Prabhupada is sitting ready to do it after Nitai, is that okay? Is it a film, or what are we going to see?
Just Prabhupada can come in Paris.
Just one time? Just one slide?
No, it's a video.
It's
A video. Can we watch it after Nitai's sitting up here? Are you ready?
Actually, I came to Vrindavan a few days after Srila Prabhupada left his body. So I couldn't see him personally, but when I came this time in Vrindavan, he saw me and he picked me up.
God, just a few months ago.
So I thank him forever for whatever he has given me and continues to give me. So today I will not read a personal offering that I wrote because I had been given an offering to read to Prabhupada by a lady devotee, French lady devotee, who happens to be my only god sister in France. I have only one god sister in France, Parvati Devidasi.
What's her name?
Parvati Devidasi.
Oh.
She lives in Tours and she joined in New York in the late 70s, and she was a pujari in New York for many years before she came to France. So I want to read her offering because she lives now, she's in her late 70s now, and she has difficulty with her body. She used to go to New York before, but she can't anymore. And so she has very deep feelings for Prabhupada, and I want to read it today. And it happens to be, by the will of Providence, that my god brother, Ekachakra Prabhu, and his wife, Janava Mataji, are just coming from China here today.
Where are they?
They are here now,
No way.
in front of you. So please come here,
there they
both
are.
of you.
Please come inside.
Right. Yeah, you want to go for
Yeah, Janava Mataji is preaching to thousands of Chinese people, and with the help of the Ekachakra, they have translated the Srimad Bhagavatam into Chinese.
Did you just arrive just this minute?
Yes, just
Yes,
10 minutes before.
Oh my goodness.
So
You want
I
to
want
come in? You'd like to come inside the room? You want a chair? You have to be tired. You want a bed?
No, but I propose because Parvati is written in French, but she also has an English version. So I propose Ekachakra. I will read in French the offering of Parvati, and you will read in English. So you come in. Toute gloire à votre divine grâce. Namaham Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine, Namaste Sarasvati Deve, Gauravani Prachaline, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prachatya Vishatani. Un petit homme indien au teint doré, en robe safran, portant avec lui l'essence de la connaissance universelle, est venu dans le nouveau monde. Tu peux lire là maintenant, paragraphe.
Okay. A short Indian man of a golden complexion in saffron robe, carrying with him the essence of universal knowledge, came to the new world.
Après un voyage difficile à travers l'océan, le vieux bateau vapeur Jaladuta le libéra. Il apparut dans l'enfer de New York City.
After a difficult journey across the ocean, the old steamer Jaladuta released him, and he appeared in the big inferno of New York City.
Il vécut dans le Bowery, et nous l'avons appelé Swamiji.
He lived in the Bowery. We called him Swamiji.
Il nous a tout appris, car nous étions dans la plus profonde ignorance.
He taught us everything, for we were in the deepest ignorance.
Il sera éternellement glorifié.
He will be glorified eternally.
Un saint homme est venu parmi nous. Par sa miséricorde, par sa grâce, il a changé la trajectoire de cette planète.
A saintly man has come among us. By his mercy, by his grace, he has changed the course of this planet.
Nous l'avons appelé Prabhupada, messager du Seigneur. Il est venu nous libérer de la peur et de l'obscurité la plus profonde.
We called him Prabhupada, messenger of the Lord. He has come to liberate us from fear and from the depth of darkness.
Il enseigne l'amour de Dieu et purifie nos cœurs.
He's teaching us love of God and purifies our hearts.
Votre divine grâce, laissez-moi prendre refuge à vos pieds, pareil au lotus.
Your divine grace, let me take shelter of your lotus feet.
Sans votre miséricorde, je n'aurai aucune chance de me métamorphoser spirituellement et resterai prisonnière du cycle des vies et des morts.
Without your mercy, I would have no chance of spiritual metamorphosis and would remain prisoner of the cycle of birth and death.
Mais par votre divine miséricorde, je peux éveiller ma conscience assoupie à l'amour de Krishna.
But by your divine mercy, I may reawake my dormant consciousness to the love of Krishna.
Oh Gurudev, il n'y a personne d'aussi miséricordieux que vous.
Oh Gurudev, there is no one as merciful as you.
Vous êtes venu dans ce monde matériel si misérable simplement pour nous sauver de l'ignorance et de l'illusion que nous sommes les jouisseurs.
You have come to this miserable material world just so you could save us from ignorance and the illusion that we are the enjoyers.
Vous nous avez fait prédicateurs, distributeurs des noms sacrés. Allez Krishna,
Allez.
allez Krishna, 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 allez, allez, allez Ram, allez Ram, non.
You made us preachers, distributors of the holy names. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Vous avez fait la mission du Seigneur Chaitanya, votre mission, la nôtre, pour aller dans chaque ville, dans chaque village, retirer les mauvaises herbes de Maya et distribuer les joyaux d'or de la connaissance transcendantale.
You made Lord Chaitanya's mission your mission, our own, to go to every town and village, to pull out the weeds of Maya and distribute golden jewels of transcendental knowledge.
Vous êtes le bon omen, la pluie juste après la sécheresse.
You are the good omen, the rain just after the drought.
Vous êtes comme le soleil du matin, nous donnant l'énergie d'aller de l'avant.
You are like the morning sun, giving us the energy to go on.
Comme les vagues caressantes sur l'océan pacifié, vous bercez mon âme.
Like the gentle waves on the pacified ocean, you're rocking my soul.
Vous êtes la rosée du matin, recouvrant la campagne quand les arbres sont encore revêtus de brume.
You are the morning dew covering the countryside when trees are still dressed in mist.
Vous êtes l'oasis rempli de fleurs et de fruits, le doux étang où je peux apaiser ma soif après une longue errance à travers les régions désolées du désert.
You are the oasis full of flowers and fruits, the cool pond where I can quench my thirst after wandering in the desolated regions of the desert.
Vous êtes la porte ouverte au bout du tunnel, ouverte sur le ciel spirituel.
You are the door opened at the end of the tunnel, opened on the spiritual sky.
La beauté, la vérité, la lame tranchante qui coupe notre attachement matériel, vous êtes tous là.
The beauty and the truth, the sharp blade cutting off our material attachments, you are.
Il est bon de vivre dans votre maison, Gurudev. Sans votre miséricorde, où serais-je maintenant?
It is good to live in your house, Gurudev. Without your mercy, where would I be now?
Votre maison est si grande qu'elle couvre la terre entière.
Your house is so big, it covers the entire world.
Puissiez-vous être glorifié éternellement.
May you be glorified forever.
Laissez-moi déposer ma misérable existence à l'ombre de vos pieds de lotus.
Let me lay my miserable existence in the shade of your lotus feet.
Jai Jagat Guru, Jai Prabhupada, votre insignifiante servante Parvati Devi Dasi.
Jai Jagat Guru, Jai Prabhupada, your insignificant servant, Parvati Devi Dasi.
Haribol. Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much, Nitai Goswami Prabhu. To give me her contact. I don't know.
Yeah.
You have a contact in
Good. I would do
Whose contact?
No, you
I don't know if she is. I know her.
So, well, is that okay? Thank you. Selfless offering. We'd like to welcome Ekachaka Prabhu and your good wife here. It's surprising, I had no idea you were, are you staying for a while?
Yes.
A
She
year
does.
or two?
What's that?
A year or two. It's too late.
You can help, you can set up a French BBT here. Chinese BBT. Are you going to be here for a while?
Few days.
Well, we'll proceed on. Can we have a show of hands of the devotees who would like to make an offering, please, so we know where we stand? Please reciprocate, because this is your only chance. If you want to make an offering, put your hands up now, please. Let me count the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyone in the back, please? Ekachaka Prabhu, you want to make an offering? I can only see 7 hands. Anyone at the back? I mean, someone has prepared an offering. Anyone out there?
Is there someone in the back who wants to make an offering for Srila Prabhupada? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un derrière qui veut faire une offrande pour Srila Prabhupada? Dire quelques mots?
Janava?
Mataji. Janava Mataji.
8. Only one lady. Thank you. 2 ladies. Okay, so for 8 devotees, please bear in mind that there may not be time for any more after that. Maybe, maybe not. Hare Krishna, Sukhavya. Anyone else at the back there wants to make an offering? Is no, nobody? Okay. So, which order should we go in? Ekachaka didn't put his hand up. So maybe we'll call upon Gaurabhakta Prabhu. Would you like to make your offering to Srila
Yes.
Prabhupada?
Sorry, I didn't prepare paper because
You were always prepared. You were like this to Prabhupada.
Okay,
I'm
Krishna.
just reading the thing.
Krishna.
Another note from Prabhupada. This Vyasa Puja homage or ceremony means to offer our thanks to the Supreme Personality of Godhead because He's the original Guru. As we receive this message through Parampara system from Krishna to Brahma, Brahma to Narada, Narada to Vyasa, Vyasa to Madhvacharya. In this way, Madhavendra Puri, Ishwar Puri, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 6 Goswamis and others. Then we have taken, Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj said, we have taken. So this, as we come to this Krishna consciousness understanding, to this long parampara, similarly the Vyasa Puja ceremony, whatever respect, honor and presentation you give, that goes to Krishna through that parampara system, from down up. As it is received through the parampara system, so similarly your offerings also goes through this parampara to the Supreme. This is the connection. Your Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Om Gyana Timirandasya, Gyana Jana Shalakaya, Chaksura Militam Lina, Tasmashi. So I speak English, yeah? So on this auspicious day of Vyasa Puja of Srila Prabhupada, we are all here assembled with love and devotion to remember Srila Prabhupada, to say few words of gratitude. This is the word that comes to my mind, that Prabhupada is really the person who brought spiritual world in Paris. Why Paris? Because Prabhupada, he came here 73, 76, and he was so actually very concerned by French culture. He said that the French, they like to read, they are intellectual. So he said, oh, the French, they are revolutionary, yes? So then he said, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the biggest revolutionary man. So we distribute books, we preach Krishna consciousness. And he liked the French life, buildings, the culture. He said this is the king's city, Paris. He was very impressed by it. So all this is our details, just to say that Prabhupada, wherever he went, he was like a sun. He dissipated the darkness and Krishna consciousness very gently established without any difficulty. When Prabhupada came here in Paris, that was huge, many people. He met so many also important leaders, political people, artists. He was so charismatic, and people were very impressed by his, he was gentle, meek, humble, knowledgeable. He speaks very nice Sanskrit, Bengali, Hindi, English perfectly. That's why actually Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj, he was, he saw the future on Prabhupada. He said, this man is very educated. Please go to America, to Europe, and preach. You speak so nice the language. You can attract people to Krishna consciousness. So when Prabhupada came to France, it was just like a rain. Everybody was touched by the mercy. No one could stay indifferent. I saw some video of Prabhupada. The people that time, devotees and guests, they were not touching the floor. They were like demigods. They were up, dancing with arms, and their faces so smiling, joyful. They were effulgent. That means Prabhupada was not an ordinary person. He attracted even children. Cultural people or not, they were all attracted. Why? Because Prabhupada brought love of God. We are touched by his love to Krishna. That's why we're attracted. People are attracted by the beauty, by the rich people, by the strongest people. But Prabhupada didn't have all these things. Love of God. And everybody was just amazed. Every day I hear Prabhupada's lecture. When I hear Prabhupada's lecture, I just realize this man is not from this world. It's not possible. This man comes from another world. Because every word he says is totally true and pleasing the heart and the soul. For me, Prabhupada is my guide, my guru, my father, my grandfather, my friend. He's everything. Because I could see that Prabhupada, he wants to deliver us from this material world. He wrote books to deliver the message of Krishna. Who is Krishna? Because Prabhupada has knowledge of Krishna. So he can write and say, who is Krishna? But we generally, before meeting Prabhupada, we don't know who is Krishna, even God. We only know God is powerful, He can do everything, but Prabhupada explained who is Krishna, where he lives, where his address, what he likes, what his hobbies. That's wonderful. Just imagine, he gave so much knowledge. Even Prabhupada said, you cannot know everything about Krishna. Impossible in this lifetime. But something, little something you know is sufficient. If you know just something about Krishna, then your life is sublime. So we are very fortunate, dear brothers and sisters. We are now in the lap of Krishna. We have great chance that we are protected by Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, if you chant Hare Krishna and you follow the four negative principles and you read my books and associate with devotees, you will always be protected. Even in time of death, even if you don't remember, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will come and save you. So we are very fortunate. We just need to continue what Prabhupada gave. It's not difficult. Prabhupada actually said, I built a house. All what you need is to decorate the house. Frame, flower, some things like this. Not difficult. But the hard work, Prabhupada did it already. And he said, please at least maintain what I have done. Just maintain. So like in the prayer of Samsara Dhavana, we have to remember the spiritual master at least 3 times a day. Hearing, coming to the temple, or something that you are related with Krishna. I don't want to take more time. I finish by saying we are very fortunate. I thank Srila Prabhupada for making me servant of the servant. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Lord Dr. We'd like to show the film now if we're ready. Are we ready?
He's not.
Don't show all the film because it's 2 hours. Just show the beginning.
What you need to show is going to be
It's coming.
no time. If you're not ready, get it ready, and then the next speaker afterwards. We are running a little late. Not surprising. It's usually the situation is usually we're running late. So time is eternal, but still we have other things to do. The next. Is this all correct?
All the devotees with Prabhupada are just arriving at the new temple that we got just a few months ago in Rue Le Sueur. So Bhagavan thought that rather than Prabhupada speaking in the temple room, he should speak from the balcony so that he could speak to the people in the street. And also he liked the idea that it was a kingly way of speaking, as in the past the French kings would speak from that balcony to the crowds. But he had to ask for permission, so he asked the administration of Paris if it was possible. And the officials told him, yes, it's possible, but you cannot use a microphone. So when he said that to Prabhupada, Prabhupada started to laugh, and he said, well, this is the way to say yes, when in fact you want to say no. And as it's impossible to talk to a big crowd of people without a microphone, they will not hear. In the London temple, the deities were carved by Shamsundar, and here also the Jagannath deities have been carved by the devotees themselves. So it was a French devotee who was a sculptor, who was called Diane Regia, who carved them. and then I painted them. And there is two particularities on Subhadra here. That first, she's smaller. She should be a little bit bigger. And the reason is that when Dayamriga wanted to carve her, he forgot that he needed to have the little top knot on her head. And then when he realized he had to do that, then he had to make her shorter in order to be able to carve the top knot on her head. That's why she's kind of smaller. She also has different eyes than most of the Jagannath deities, and the reason was that I painted them according to a picture that I got from India, but I didn't like the look of the eyes of Subhadra, so I just changed the eyes and I made them lotus-shaped eyes, which no Subhadra deity ever had in any deities from India. But everybody found it very, very beautiful, and Prabhupada found them very beautiful, the very unusual eyes for Subhadra.
Later during that visit to London, before Bhagavan and I went on to Paris, Srila Prabhupada called us into his room and to give us some more instructions and inspiration. I was very much hoping at that time to receive a personal instruction from Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada gave many general instructions, but of course a disciple always hankers to have some personal relationship with his spiritual master and receive some special instructions. I was a little shy to ask, but at one point I spoke up and I said, Srila Prabhupada, could you give me some instruction? So Srila Prabhupada leaned over the desk at that time and looked at me in my eyes. He said, preach boldly and have faith in the holy names. I've always tried to follow that instruction of Srila Prabhupada as a guideline for the rest of my life. I was so nervous at the time, I don't remember how I felt. I just felt blessed that Prabhupada would see me, notice me, and give some instruction that I could build the rest of my devotional career upon. And then Prabhupada, to further encourage both of us, he reached over into his drawer and he gave me one of his dhotis, and he gave Bhagavan Das one of his undershirts. And he just smiled, and then after a little more conversation, we left for our service in Paris, France. I did wear that dhoti, actually. It was bright saffron. Of course, I was a grihastha at that time, but it was the tadiya, it was the paraphernalia of the spiritual master, and therefore divine. We know that Mahaprabhu himself, in order to encourage his own followers, his own disciples, he would sometimes give them pieces of cloth. A piece of his cloth was sent to Maharaj Bhattaparudra, who worshipped as none different than the Lord. A piece of his cloth was sent to Gopal Bhatta Goswami in Vrindavan. So this tadiya, this nectar, this mercy of my spiritual master, I took that very seriously. I used to wear that as a chadar, actually. And sometimes when these sannyasis would come through, they would chide me, "Well, you're grihastra and you're wearing saffron?" I said, "Yes, this is no ordinary cloth. This is the dhoti of our spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. I'm not taking it off for anything."
Those of us who came into France as devotees from outside the country quickly learned that French culture was a highly intellectual culture. I think a young person in France in those days, by the age of 13 or 14, probably knew more about history and politics than a college graduate in America. And one thing that we went out of our way to do was arrange as often as possible for Srila Prabhupada to meet with intellectuals and thought leaders of the day. So he met with college professors, and he met with Cardinal Danyalu, and he met with leaders from the World Health Organization. He met with leading Sanskritists. And the meetings were important because it gave us an opportunity to see how does a pure devotee of the Lord speak to different levels of people. And I think what was most astonishing was Srila Prabhupada's ability to listen carefully to each person's particular level of spiritual development and address them on that level. As they approached him, Srila Prabhupada would reciprocate, sometimes becoming very, very firm, very outspoken. Why do you speak this philosophy? Don't you understand the dangers here? He was concerned not out of any kind of pride or a sense of superiority, but because this was dangerous. These philosophies are leading people astray. Atmahana, killers of the soul.
One of the leading figures in the Rosicrucian movement in Paris came to see Prabhupada, and he was quite naive because Prabhupada kept saying, so what is that? And what does that mean? As if Prabhupada had no idea about anything. It was sort of a technique that he was employing. And me and Yogeshwar, we started to get the giggles. And we're sitting behind the man. Because whatever the man said, Prabhupada would say, why? Anyway, after leading this person on and on and on, finally Prabhupada said, so what is the ultimate? He said it's indescribable. Then Prabhupada said, that means you don't know. But still the man never became, put off by Prabhupada. He thought that Prabhupada was really, wanted to learn about the Rosicrucians. It was really very funny. Anyway, at another point, Prabhupada said, so what is the highest thing? He said, well, it's a flame. Prabhupada said, a flame? Yes. Prabhupada said, why a flame? Why not a person? But like I said, the man never caught on that Prabhupada was, just pulling him along into this endless forest of foolishness.
One of those that we invited was a psychiatrist. And the reason we invited him is because he was Christian, but in his care of his patients, he was using religion, talking a lot about Christianity. So we thought that would be very interesting to have him meet Prabhupada, so we invited him to come. I went to meet him, to bring him to Prabhupada, and the first thing he said was, where's the patient? So we said, well, there's no patient. We invited you to come and meet our spiritual master. I said, I came to see a patient. Where's the patient? And when he saw there was no patient, he didn't want to come and he just left. So I was kind of embarrassed and I went back and to explain to Prabhupada that he didn't want to come out because he thought he was coming to take care of some sick person. And so Prabhupada just laughed and he said he didn't realize he was the patient and we were going to cure him.
When Prabhupada arrived at the airport in Paris, of course there were a lot of devotees there with flower garlands and so many things. And at the same time, the Indian ambassador to France arrived. It so happens that the French government did not send a proper welcome party for the ambassador. And one of the ladies that was supposed to do something ad hoc for the French government saw devotees. And she thought very quickly, well, we didn't prepare anything, but they look like they're prepared. So she came up and...
What you see now is Srila Prabhupada's arriving at the Paris City Hall, Hotel de Ville de Paris. And please listen to what the guest is saying, because it's very, very unusual, and this was 52 years ago. And you will see how much work we have to do. But listen carefully to he's actually one representative from the City Hall mayor. There was no mayor at that time in 1973. Somehow Paris had only, whatever, anyway, there was no mayor. And the guy is a representative from the prefecture, so he's like sous-prefect, for those who understand French. And you will see, I hope, that we'll listen to how he introduced.
Begged the devotees if they would help receive the ambassador. And the devotees said yes. Because we already had garlands, we were dressed, we were doing kirtan. So a group of devotees accompanied a few French officials that came and welcomed the Indian ambassador to France. And garlanded him and said Hare Krishna. And the French officials that were there, especially one lady, so appreciated that the devotees came at the last minute and really gave a welcome, by which the ambassador felt very pleased and honored that she offered to help us out. And the devotees very astutely said, well, our spiritual master has just come. Is there any way you could honor him? And she said, I will do what I can. And she arranged that Prabhupada be honored officially by the city of Paris and by one of the French.
So my video is not exactly the same from like you took the one from the internet, but anyway.
Yeah.
What the guy here, the representative is saying is that we usually never invite other than we never invite other dignitaries other than politicians and people from other countries. This was the once, and for now, 52 years later, it was the only time that an official, French official, could receive actually someone of a religious organization. This is the only time it happens in Paris. And it was Srila Prabhupada. Now we have to look 52 years later. We still have some room for improvement to make ourselves as somehow being able to be received by needy beings for some reason or other. You don't listen to what he says, but I'll send you the tape, and you will see what he actually said about Prabhupada. He says, we're so honored by your visit, so honored. We never receive other great politicians and so forth. But today you're representing India and Indian religion and from the East, and the East meets West. And now we are so honored to meet you today. And Srila Prabhupada was very, very pleased. Actually, sometimes he was preaching very heavily to the Prabhupada. But this time, he was very mellow, and he was very kind, and he was preaching very softly to this person.
Shall we continue?
No, because this is a 2 hours video, and you should show in the afternoon some more. But now we can continue with the offerings, I guess.
Sure.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much.
Haribo. Mike, please.
Ekachakra Prabhu is here or not? Ekachakra Prabhu?
He's here.
Do you and your wife wish to make an offering to Srila Prabhupada?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, it sounds like a yes. Just a generalization here. I mean, we're running quite late as usual, so try, unless we don't like to say this, but try to keep your offerings a little bit time-wise, a little bit, shorter. You want to stay there and make the offering? No, we don't speak English.
And after?
What language will you offer in?
I will speak Chinese and Ekachakra will translate
Okay.
to English.
Maybe you give the translator.
Yeah, you'll translate to English. And you can translate it to French. Won't take long.
To Russian.
Hare Krishna, thank you for coming.
OK， 亲爱的圣帕布帕德，
Dear Srila Prabhupada, I translate in English, huh?
I think so, yeah.
You don't speak French still, huh?
No, a lot of boys don't speak French.
非常非常感谢您，在69岁高龄的时候，
不顾自己的危险，做着破人，离开印度去了美国。
I would like to express my gratitude to you for taking the trouble at 69 years old to leave India, take a boat across the ocean, and come to Western countries.
正是因为你坚定地执行你的灵性导师的叙事，
Just to follow very strictly the instructions of your spiritual master.
我们全世界的人民才能够得到了这么样大的福祉。
大的什么？
福祉。
And because of that, now people from all over the world are able to get such a blessing, spiritual blessing.
没有你的努力，就没有圣Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj和所有其他的奉献。
Without your endeavor, there would not be any of your disciples, just like our dear spiritual master, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami.
没有圣Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj，也就没有我们。
If there was no Tamal Krishna Goswami, then we would not be here.
感谢你那么辛苦的翻译评注了这个国家梵歌和圣典国家瓦坛。
Thank you so much for taking the trouble to translate and comment on the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam.
用知识的太阳照亮了我们眼前的一切。
And to use
驱散黑暗。
The sunshine of spiritual knowledge to illuminate us in darkness.
看到中国很多的人们，因为你所给予的知识。就是看到很多中国人，因为你所给予的这个知识。
We see so many Chinese people receiving your knowledge, the knowledge you have given in your books.
他们的整个的人生产生了巨大的变化。
Their life is experiencing very, very great change.
包括自己的人生。
And they themselves also are changing.
包括我自己的人生。
Including myself.
所以你的恩情比天高，比海深。
So your mercy is higher than the sky and deeper than the ocean.
唯一能够报答你的恩情的方法。
And the only way we can try to repay your kindness.
就是坚定地执行我们灵命导师的训示。
Is to strictly follow the instructions of our spiritual master.
把这个 Krishna 意识传给越来越多的中国人。
And to spread Krishna consciousness to more and more Chinese people.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhupada. Haribo. God bless your preaching. Prabhupada is so pleased to see his books in Chinese and seeing devotees in China, isn't it? Incredible. We so much wanted.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Chakra. We like to call upon, next will be Krishna Kripa Prabhu. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So, as you like, if you want to come forward in front of Prabhupada or where you are, I know the older devotees won't disturb them. And then after that, who else was there? Janananda Prabhu? I think you have an offering, is that correct? Or Jiva Prana Prabhu?
Dayanitai Prabhu.
Dayanitai Prabhu, you can make your offering after Krishna Kripa, okay? Thank you. And keep it within 10 seconds if you can.
In international guide for children of Testimonies, Stay Saraswati, So I proofread the Prabhupada Tributes book and read hundreds of offerings in 2.5 days. and I took some notes on them, and I wanted to read some from them, and I wanted to start out reading something that my guru wrote, Satyupadas Goswami. You turned me into a respectable person. Before I met you, I had many sinful habits, like the 4 sinful activities. I was a lost cause, but the first night I attended your class in the storefront on 2nd Avenue, I tasted bliss and I felt I had been saved. Chanting in kirtan with you brought me ecstasy. I was able to give up all my sinful activities in one night. And from then on, I've always tried to be a faithful servitor to you. I became your servant, I became your disciple after one night. Just by meeting you and joining you in kirtan and listening to your lecture, although I couldn't always understand your accent, I became sworn to serve you always. So I took little things that struck me from different offerings. Mahapadi Swami said, but you ask, why only Prabhupada? Other masters in our line also teach about Krishna. Yes, my friend, but only one master sailed across the ocean in his old age just to deliver me, and I'm sticking with that one. My statement of loyalty to Prabhupada. Kavichandra Swami, we can never repay what he has given, but fortunately he will accept our efforts to serve. Srila Prabhupada taught us everything from every angle and in many different ways. I had a quote from Janananda, Goswami, but you already read it. Bhakti Chaitanya Swami said, my prayer on this most sacred day is that Lord Krishna gives me more intelligence so that I can appreciate you more and more and reciprocate more and more. Let that be my meditation and foundation of my life. Varshana Swami said, in your collective body of ISKCON, we have the ongoing privilege of displaying our love and loyalty by cooperating among ourselves. Devanamitra Swami said, because your boundless, steadfast compassion defied all odds, your apprentices and trainees can break free of the most severe penal servitude, no longer chained by lust, anger, greed, and envy, in the ultimate maximum security prison that is the material nature. Bhakti Vikas Swami quoted a Prabhupada quote in his offering, book distribution in farms, these are solid programs. They can change the whole world. The whole foundation of animal civilization can be destroyed. This is from Govinda Dasi, one of the early devotees. This Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is the only weapon to defend against the demons of this Kali Yuga. Public Sankirtan melts down the sinfulness of the culture, but it must reach the masses. It must be held not only in temples and homes, but in public places. While you were here, my dear master, we did Harinam Sankirtan at every public gathering, every war protest, every rock concert. Anywhere and everywhere. And we were on the streets of every major city for 6 or 8 hours daily, except Sunday when we had your love feast.
Is that Govinda?
Yeah. Janananda, who played a key role here in France, he let his apartment be used by the first devotees who came here to preach.
That's not the Janananda who's the chapel president.
Yeah, Janananda, disciple of Prabhupada. He was the first devotee I actually met. He had an office in the 55th Street Temple in 1979, and they led me into his office and he showed me science of self-realization. I was attracted by Prabhupada's his authority. He sounded like he actually knew what religion was all about. So, yeah, so Janananda Prabhu, he said, he was telling about his early days, I had no specific qualification to engage in any particular service, but I found my place doing Harinam Sankirtan on the streets of Paris. I was the tambourine man, and it was my role to watch for approaching police vehicles and warn the leader to stop chanting until they had passed. So I don't want to take extra time, but Prabhupada gave us more knowledge about God, the soul, and the relationship than anybody else on the planet, and not just to a few people, but to the entire world. And we're all completely indebted to him, and whatever we can do to carry out his instructions for us and share his wisdom with humanity is good for us and good for everyone. And I thank him so much for taking the trouble. When I have difficulty out there on Harinam, sometimes alone, I think of how he got on that boat in his late 60s and suffered 2 heart attacks. And I think that my austerities are very timely, and I'm inspired. So Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada.
I was called upon Dayanitai Prabhu, and then I can't remember all the hands that went up. Jiva Pram, you had your hand? Jiva Pram then.
There is Revati.
And Revati. First then Revati. Okay. Then some, 1 or 2 ladies had their hands up, I think.
I will speak because Maharaj Janananda Goswami said to us that it's very important to write an offering to Prabhupada. It helps us to go deeper in our devotion. And like he said, sometimes we do as the last time. So yesterday at 9 p.m. I started to write my offering.
That's why I was left alone on the book table.
This was my offering to offense you, Maharaj. Sorry for that. So today on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I wish to offer my obeisance to your lotus feet, Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Prasharine Niveshesha Shunyavadi Pashkatya Deshkarine. I wish that my body, mind, and speech be engaged in your service. Only by your grace can my senses be engaged in the service of Shri Krishna and be purified from the influence of passion and ignorance. By your grace, Srila Prabhupada, I can hear about the pastime of Shri Krishna, and I can sing the glories of the Supreme Lord. My ears, which were like the hole on a snake's head, and my tongue, identical to a frog's tongue, can today drink and distribute the nectar of immortality, Krishna Katha. This is from Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd canto. Born from a family lower than nature, I do not understand how I have received your mercy. My debt to you is beyond what I can repay. Therefore, I feel indebted for life and wish to spend my life imparting this grace I have received by distributing your books. When I am in the street, absorbed in distributing your books, I forget time or any material condition. My only wish is that this moment may extend into infinity. Srila Prabhupada, grant me this intelligence necessary to help the French public suffering from the terrible disease of materialism, to understand the urgency and supreme necessity of listening to Sri Krishna's message. Then the desperate, depressed French population may rediscover their natural joy in serving Sri Krishna. I wish to be an instrument to alleviate your suffering, born of compassion you have at seeing this society degrade. I hope that my devotional service may relieve your tears, born of the love you have for this human being living in civilized animal civilization. I hope that each of books I distribute may dry the tears flowing from your lotus eyes. Your senses are transcendental. Help me purify my senses so that I see only the spiritual quality in the devotees around me. Through my senses contaminated by lust, I see only the fault in others, just as the flies that go in contaminated place, while your senses are like the sign bathing in pure water. You see only the quality in devotee. Help me develop this vision and develop friendly relationship based on the 8 devotional activities described by Prahlad Maharaj. So just to finish this offering, I ask on this occasion that you forgive me for all my offenses that I may have committed by not following your instruction. And I want also to ask forgiveness from all devotees around me to excuse for my offenses and offer my respectful obeisance at all of you.
Hare Krishna. All upon Jiva Prabhu. As I'm present here in Paris. Hare Krishna. Jai Prabhupada.
So, I also wrote my offering quite late. It was this morning, and before coming to the temple. Sorry for that. I'm very thankful for all of you to be present and to make the heart of Srila Prabhupada more open, more visible to us. So, deep devotion. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. With the rising of the sun and the moon, the whole world is enlivened and sustained. In the same way, your appearance in the Western world awakens sleeping souls like myself and make us dance, reviving our dormant bhakti and illuminating the dark horizon of material life. I am forever indebted to you for carrying the message of Lord Chaitanya so fearlessly, so compassionately, and for planting the seed of devotion in every corner of the earth, especially in France. By creating ISKCON, you created a house for the world. By developing temples all over the world and empowering your followers to do so, you allow us to awaken our love of Godhead by associating with devotees and serve their lordships. You have not only given your personal association, but you have also left behind a generation of disciples who continue to carry you within their hearts with unshakable faith and dedication. Their sincerity, their tireless service, and their deep absorption in your mission are living proof of your divine potency. Through their example, I am constantly reminded of your mercy and invited to take shelter of your instructions. Srila Prabhupada, you once wrote to your disciples that Paris is the most important city in the world, and that if Krishna consciousness is established there, it will spread everywhere. Your prophetic words will still resound as a guiding call for all who serve in France. And more. We pray to take part, however humbly, in fulfilling your desire for Paris and for France by engaging heart and soul in spreading your mission here. May Shri Shri Krishna Balaram and Shri Shri Radha Parishishvara empower us to do so. Prabhupada, You have given us everything. You said books are the basis, preaching is the essence, utility is the principles, and purity is the force. Yes, books are the basis. Srila Prabhupada. Please, allow me a place in your heart. Please keep me engaged in sharing your book deities and transcendental words which carry your eternal presence. I pray to your lotus feet today to have the strength to try my best to distribute them daily. Preaching is the essence. Thank you. Please empower me to reach out to others and cultivate, and whatever will please you, be it online, offline, at work, at home, wherever you like, in every corner of this planet, because everywhere is blessed by invoking your presence. Please, Srila Prabhupada, engage me however small my capacity may be. Utility is the principle, you said also. Please bestow your mercy upon me so that I may consciously engage everything I have, my body, mind, words, position, resources in Krishna's service. Regarding purity as a force, please help me to cultivate sincerity of heart. Keep clean, both outside and inside, so that whatever I do may be pleasing to you, to my Guru Maharaj and to Shri Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, I pray that I may never forget you, nor your mission, neither deviate from the path, despite all my shortcomings. Your sincere followers are my only shelter, my hope to always keep you in my heart and remember your instructions. Put me wherever you like, in whatever position you like. But Srila Prabhupada, I beg you again and again, to allow me to keep the association and help you in your mission in whatever way possible. Your aspiring servant, Janananda.
Can we just quickly again see some of the devotees put their hands up last time I requested. Can you put them up again, the devotees who put their hands up last time? Not new ones, please, just the same ones. I can only see 2 hands. Am I correct seeing 2 hands? Revatin and Saya. Otis Fee, you have an offering? No problem. So we'd like to call upon Revatananda and Prabhu to please make your offering.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashya Vitare Shmati Bhakti Ananta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gurunam Krishna Yeshi Shashwani Vadi Pasiti. I wrote an offering was similar to Dasharata Sutta from the Goswami, but it's directed toward the glories of Srila Prabhupada. So, my dear Srila Prabhupada, I will call you my Lord, like Matsyadev, who killed the 2 demons Madhu and Kaitava, who had stolen the Vedas. You too had killed 2 demons, but those of impersonalism and voidism, who had stolen away the meaning of the Vedas. Yet when Matsyadev appeared, the universe was empty. But when you did it, my Lord, Prabhupada, the universe was full. Therefore, this act of mercy of yours is greater. Like Kumadev, who is carrying the universe on his back, I think you too, my Lord, have held this universe. For you have taken the burden to deliver the 3 words on your shoulders. Yet I think your act of mercy is greater, because not only you have carried this universe, but you have also offered it to the lotus feet of the Lord by expanding the Sankirtan movement. Like Varadev, who is lifting the universe from the ocean of material existence, you too, my Lord, have lifted the drowning modern society of Kali Yuga from an ocean of suffering. Yet your act of compassion is greater to my eyes, since you have plunged humanity into another ocean, this one made of the nectar of Prema Bhakti. Like Nishingadev, who came to save the pious born in some demoniac families, similarly, my Lord, you have done incomparable good for appearing to save us from an abominable birth, destined to sinful life. In my eyes, your act is greater than Nishingadev, because you did not only have to kill anyone to do so, but you have also created my piety. Like Ramanadev, who despite a small size can travel the world in few steps and reappropriate what was stolen from corrupted governors, similarly, my Lord, your feet too have traveled all over the world to give back what was Krishna's rightful claims from the hands of defeatful leaders. Still, I think your fate is greater because you did not only travel the whole earth once, but 11 times. This in order not to claim only the land from one king, but also their surrender. You did that, frankly, without any deceptiveness. Like Parshuram, who is challenging anyone who misbehave and misuse his powers, you have, Lord, my dear Prabhupada, challenged any organizations and politicians who were misleading the world. Yet you have done it through the acts of knowledge, without effusion of blood. For this, I think your act is greater than Parashuram. Like Ramachandra, who have recuperated Sita from the demon Ravan, similarly, my Lord, you too have given womanhood a solution to exit the exploitation of lusty men. Yet I argue that your act is greater, for you have given them the opportunity to chant Gayatri and officiate on the altar. That was never done before, even by Ramachandra. Like Balaram and Krishna, who have descended to relieve the burden of the earth and to satisfy the heart of his devotees by attractive pastimes. Similarly, my Lord, Prabhupada, you have descended to relieve the burden of the earth, and you have attracted all Krishna's devotees by your marvelous devotional solicitude. Yet, I think your fate is greater than of Krishna and Balaram, for the attraction to devotees of Krishna you have created is considered to be more dear to Krishna than attraction to him directly. Now, like Lord Buddha, who have saved the poor animals from slaughterhouse, my Lord, also Prabhupada, you turned the meat-eaters into vegetarians. Yet I think your fate is greater than Buddha, because you have given shelter to these animals into farm communities, and you established also by giving the milk of those cows to Krishna, their liberation. Finally, like Kalki, who established the end of Kali Yuga, my Lord, Prabhupada, you too have established the end of Kali Yuga, but through a joyful process and without any violence. May my dear Srila Prabhupada continue to show compassion on us and kindly neglect my limitation, consider my services, even if small, elevate me beyond the stage of neophyte performance of bhakti, and stop my many offenses to your disciples and legacy. In this way, I won't continue to be useless, and I will be able to satisfy my own Guru Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. So, one or two more offerings to be made, but we also traditionally, I don't know if today the offering is finished. Is it finished?
Yes.
So traditionally, are there extra preparations for Prabhupada, or is it the same as the deity offering?
I can't say about that.
Yeah.
Et Kanal Prabhu maybe can explain us. Est-ce qu'il y avait des préparations extra offertes pour Srila Prabhupada en dehors de ce qui a été offert sur l'autel?
On a tout offert au mortier.
Everything was offered to the deities.
Everything, absolutely everything.
I find this.
Yeah. So what we normally do, I don't know if it's possible or practical, I think it is. We normally bring a cloth here now, and we place we bring the offerings which have been offered to the deity, which I hope were quite substantial.
Yes.
We'll bring them here and offer them for a short while only, doesn't have to be for a long while. And they've already been offered, there's no need for anyone to do Gayatri for that reason. But we'll bring them here, so that you two ladies, maybe you two ladies can come over this side, it'll be easier. Well, there's two things, there's a cloth. Normally, no, not like that, take the cloth away. We normally put some tables here, put the plates on the table, the cloth is held around so no one can see it.
We have about 50 boxes.
50 boxes?
Yeah.
Boxes?
Boxes.
Okay, it's not on plates, it's in boxes. Okay, so we may, ladies, come over this side, please. Put the vases, is that a vase for Prabhupada or what?
No, it's extra flower that one.
Oh, put the vases next to the Vyasa, same with this one. Stick it next to this side, that side. If it's possible, I don't know. This side is. Bring that vase back, continue. Yeah. Huh?
It's not useful.
Dead flowers?
They're not in a vase yet.
Oh, okay. This looks to me to be a vase.
This
Put it
one?
here somewhere. Well, I don't know how much space you're going to need. 50 boxes, but we won't have any room left in the room.
Yeah, that was my
It takes half the room up.
That was my concern.
Normally we just put it in little tiny bowls and put it on tables.
Okay, I can do that.
That would take a long time.
At least this much, right?
Yeah, let us arrange here.
But the easiest, I mean, yeah, kind of. Normally we put a table there. Everywhere we put tables. We don't put it on the floor. Everywhere. Just bring a big table in. Well, we haven't finished yet, ladies and gentlemen. We're having more offerings in a second. Please sit down, but make way for the offering. Please, no, don't take pictures. No, not like this. You should never take pictures with your back to the deity. Please. We don't put our back to the deity and take pictures. We're not God.
Okay, you please leave a space here so that we can put offerings for Srila Prabhupada. And let the devotees enter the room so that they can do it.
Because we're trying to go back to the UK, we wanted to do Devotional. We've come from the UK to do Devotion, so we're just going to give some money and then we've got to get a flight, so we're going to go.
Oh no, so quickly.
Yeah, so quickly. So.
Oh, what a shame. Lunch will be served in 30 minutes.
Yes, but we've got a flight.
Make sure they get some prasadam, somebody, not you, but somebody. Rasa Prajna Prabhu, make sure our guests get prasadam. As you wish.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for coming. But we still have to continue with the proceedings. How many of you have come from London?
5.
Thank you. Thank you. Where in London?
Nottingham.
Thank you. Nottingham. Hare Krishna Dasi. Hare Krishna. As quick as possible, settle down. Someone will bring you some prasadam. It's offered. Maybe it's something offered. I don't know. You make sure they get prasadam. Somebody. Make sure they get prasadam.
Thank you.
Somebody, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, please leave a space here. We're going to ask you to sit down. Everyone's moved their locations, unfortunately. A bit of a mess. So, where are you going? With Tyler? How do you pronounce it? Tyler? Are you there? Here. I don't, Prabhus, we're having a program. I'm sorry. But if you could please sit down or move outside, one or the other, please. You're welcome to sit down, but please don't stand up like this. Come forward.
দয়া করে বাসন
Are you there? So come and stand over here. That will make it a little bit easier.
But that's not enough. We need the club.
L'idée c'est que tu prennes de chaque petit. Mais je peux pas.
Just before you start, let's just get this boga going. Are there any more tables in this room or in that room? Bring any of the deity tables that we use for our cheeks, bring them in here. Here's one of them. That can stay. More the merrier. You've got to bring a cloth.
Bring the cloth.
Right. Where's the cloth?
The cloth is there. The corner.
Here's the cloth. Open it like a shirt.
We need a bigger one to cover the offering. Please don't glance at the Prabhupada.
Oh, maybe.
Look at the deities. All the preparations here for offer to be offered to Srila Prabhupada.
Another cloth, another table. That little one. Move the little one.
Make a space, sit down. Is there more? Yes.
Bring
I would
bring more tables.
bring the blessed sign. Under the cushion of the blessed sign, there is a practice.
Move this table over there. No.
No, I think it's on a different
Bring more little tables. You stay there with the curtain as long as you tell you.
Here we need to say everything goes on a public teacher and filmy salmon and
Take it right up. Right. Okay, you want to make your offering? Just drop that. Pardon? Yeah, you can do that, or if you want to come. Yeah, you can stay there, no problem. You need a microphone.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, my humble obeisances, only because of your first step, I am here learning to progress in Vaishnava service. Request your blessings for the surrendered amateur souls spiritual problems, to overcome the materialistic pressures and guide us in spreading the Krishna consciousness and serve devotees of Krishna. Thanks to Krishna for giving the period of COVID, when I got the opportunity of getting the knowledge of Krishna consciousness, as well as came to know about your dedicated service to your Guru in spreading the Krishna consciousness all over the world. Within a period of 10 years, wherein today's super-fast technologies weren't there. In spite of all hurdles, you kept your service. Request your blessings and keep me under your feet and guide me in all my services. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Okay. Are there more offerings coming?
Yes.
Tell us if they need more trays or not. Did he need one of these plates to go back?
No.
You put that one on that empty table, table there?
Yeah.
Put it there.
Very comfortable.
Oh, Prabhupada's favorite is the story. Land your face to it. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Krishna Prestaya Srimate Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Srila Prabhupada, so we can take the offerings away now. We're going to take the offerings away now. They've been shown to Srila Prabhupada. They were offered to him on the altar, and he's seen them all on his Vyasa-san, relished them with his transcendental vision. And now we're going to take the curtain away. We're going to take the curtain away. And then we're going to make these preparations. I don't know where they're going, but they're not staying here. I can tell you that. So what you can do is take them back. We need a few helpers here, please. You carry them in the tray back to where they came from. I don't know if someone doesn't decide where they're going. Take it away. But I need to take the tray this time. Here, play a trick. Who didn't do anything? No, this one okay. Okay, so just take the whole table away. Take the 6 table up to this whole table. Out of this room.
It won't be possible with so many people. We have to take them one by one. Just do it one by one, maybe. So many people.
So we're going to start Pushpanjali now. If everybody would please assemble now for Pushpanjali. Huh? No, Pushpanjali. Bring a songbook. Bring a songbook.
I'll give you a few flowers, please.
We'll put it on the screen now.
No good to me. I can't read a word.
We'll give you one. Now remember, you have to send flowers 9 times to keep. Don't throw everything at once. 3 times.
Just 3 times only. If the ladies could stay when we're settled on that side of the room, and you have to say in Bengali or whatever language, and the men on this side.
Mataji's on this side.
Men are only, ladies are more or less that way, men are more that way.
Mataji, s'il vous plaît, allez de ce côté-là autant que possible.
Shikshastra and Pro, should I take it away?
No, go ahead.
Om! Om! Ladies, come right forward. Please, devotees, you can stand right there, one of you, and then with them right close, not on top of the other.
3 times, huh?
And then repeat after me, word by word, okay? Come forward, you guys. Come forward. Now up to here. This vase in front. Om Jananandasya Jananjana Salakaya Chakshur No, not yet. My mind was going somewhere else. Namo, Namo, Gora, Shoraya, Sorry. Namo Maha Maharanyaya Prema Vishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Gora Namaha Panchatattva Krishna Rupa Bhakti Shaktikam Hare Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Radhakanta Namaste Jayatam Surato Pango Mamanda Tegate Matsagasta Bojo Radamarana Mohano Vidyaranya Madaha Sriman Nagara Simhasana Sriman Radha Srila Govinda Devo Krishnalabi Vidamano Swami Sriman Sasarambi Vashivata Tasitaha Parshan Hinduspanayam Gopinatha Tapta Kanchana Rangi Vrindavaneshwari Vishnu Shri Krishna Chaitanya Janananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Now I'm going to say Srila Prabhupada's pranams only, and then after I say them through once, I will chant Aisha Pushpanjali. When I do that, you offer 1/3 of your flowers to Srila Prabhupada. Now I know those in the back will have a hard time reaching Prabhupada. As much as you can, try to come as close as you can when you offer your flowers. Especially you ladies and gentlemen here, come very, very close. Come closer. Language please. Bengal. Place them or throw them as close as you can to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. To his feet. Okay? As close as you can. And if you can give way a little bit to those behind, try your best. You can't move much. Okay? Come forward. So please repeat after me. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Deve Gauravani Charine Bengali, please. Someone translate nicely into Bengali. You will, in a minute, a few seconds, you're going to offer 1/3 of your flowers. Not all of them, 1/3. Have you got it? Bengali.
হরে কৃষ্ণ
3 ভাগের 1 ভাগ দেবেন 2 ভাগ হাতে রাখবেন
3 ভাগের 1 ভাগ
1/3. Keep 2/3.
সবাই বললেন
We're doing it 3 times. Okay? Got it?
হরে কৃষ্ণ
Say, Aisha Pushpanjali. Okay? Aisha Pushpanjali. All together again. Namo. Namo. Vishnu Padaya. Vishnu Padaya. Vishnu Pastaya. Vishnu Pastaya. Bhutale. Bhutale. Srimate. Vedanta. Bhakti Vedanta. Swami. Swami. Dinamini. Dinamini. Namaste. Saraswati. Saraswati. Deve. Gauravani. Gauravani. Sarine. Half of your flowers now. Okay? Now half. Aisha Pushpanjali. Whatever you do, don't throw them on the head of the one in front. You have to jump up. Next, put your head down and jump. All together. Namo. Namo. Vishnu Padaya. Vishnu Padaya. Vishnu Pastaya. Vishnu Pastaya. Bhutale. Bhutale. Srimate. Srimate. Bhakti Vedanta. Bhakti Vedanta. Swami. Swami. Dinamini. Dinamini. Namaste. Namaste. Saraswati. Saraswati. Deve. Deve. Gauravani. Gauravani. Sarine. Sarine. Sunyavadi, Sunyavadi, Chacha, Chacha, Desatarine, all of your flowers and your heart. Aisha Pushpanjali. Srila Prabhupada. I take it you're going to lead the kirtan, is that right? You're setting yourself up. Samsaradava in the daytime tune. Samsaradava Dalalita. Okay, ladies, please come this way. Move back as far as you can. We're going to have Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada. We're going to be setting up tables over there. We have the Archie frame. Archie frame.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki jai! Nitai go! Hari Jaya Jaya Prabhupada! 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 Jaya Jaya! Srila Prabhupada ki jai! Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivajagacharya Ashtota Sarashresi Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki jai! Everyone bow down, please. No harm in bowing on someone else, I guess. Jai Om Vishnu Pada Paramahamsa Parivajagacharya Ashtota Sarashresi Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai! Ananta Guru Vaishnavrinda ki jai! Namachar Shri Haridas Thakur ki jai! Prem Singh Ho Ho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinda ki jai! Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhana ki jai! Shri Vrindavan Ram ki jai! Shri Mayapur Dhama ki jai! Ganga Maya ki jai! Yamuna Maya ki jai! Vasideva ki jai! Namameta Bhaktivinoda ki jai! Lord Chaitanya Harinama Sankirtanam ki jai! Shri Hatmadanga ki jai! Srila Prabhupada ki jai! Srila Prabhupada's Avibhav Maha Mahotsava ki jai! Shri Nitai Sati Sutra ki jai! Shri Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra ki jai! Shri Radha Parishishwara ki jai! Srila Prabhupada ki jai! Avibhav Maha Mahotsav ki jai! Shri Nandotsava ki jai! Oh Premanande! Oh glorious to the assembly! Oh glorious to the assembly! Oh glorious to the assembly! Oh glorious to Sri Guru Gauranga! Oh glorious to Srila Prabhupada! Ki jai! So we're going on Harinam Sankirtan now, I believe. Is that right? Next program?
All of us.
Everybody, we're going to go all the way around Garsar, all around everywhere.